Welcome to the Live Healthy, Love Healthy, Stay Healthy Summit. My name is Jennifer Maharaj. I'll be your host and I'm the owner of Simply Organic. Thank you to each and every one of you for being here today. You have made a wise decision to join us in this summit to learn how to gain optimal health and wellness for yourselves and your families, especially during these extraordinary times we are facing in this pandemic. This pandemic has certainly brought some challenges to each and every one of us in so many different ways. But unfortunately, we are facing a bigger crisis, our health and wellness. Our families and loved ones are facing chronic illness and diseases, Alzheimer's, dementia, stroke, heart disease, diabetes, Parkinson's. All these chronic illnesses are rising at alarming rates. Our loved ones are facing multiple medications every day. Why are we becoming so sick, so frail, so ill, so quickly? Why are our loved ones facing chronic illness and disease at such alarming rates? A lot of it has to do with how we are living our lives, what we're putting into our bodies, our mindset, our actions, our thoughts, our behaviors. Today, you will hear from an extraordinary panel of speakers talking to you about how you can actually transform your actions and behaviors to really make some positive changes in your health. Your health and wellness is one of the most important things in this world and should never be taken for granted. Unfortunately, we tend to take that for granted a lot. Today, you will learn about encouragement, empowerment, determination, confidence, and you will be enlightened in how to really gain optimal health and wellness in your life and how to achieve the best version of yourself for your health and for your family as well. At Simply Organic, we truly believe in an integrated approach to overall health and wellness, combining diet, fitness, exercise, nutrition, vitamins, supplements, and of course, and most importantly, a positive mindset. A positive mindset means a whole lot of difference when you are facing any type of challenges, especially related to your health and wellness. The challenges you're facing may be tough, and I understand this from firsthand experience, which we'll talk about in a little bit. But the challenges you're facing only makes you stronger as well. The challenges you're facing helps you build character, helps you progress in life, and helps you uplift yourself and helps you uplift others as well. So don't be scared of a little challenge. Fight, keep fighting, keep on keeping on. You can beat this. Whatever you're facing, I'm here to tell you today, you have the ability to heal your mind, body, and soul. Our bodies have the innate abilities to heal once given the opportunity to do so. We have the tools and resources within ourselves to actually heal ourselves, to actually make ourselves feel better physically, mentally, and emotionally. For me, the moment that I realized this came in 2015 when I was diagnosed with Parkinson's disease at just the mere age of 34. My entire world fell apart at that moment. The diagnosis spiraled me into an abyss of darkness filled with confusion, sadness, fright, terror, and a ton of other emotions that I can't even explain to you. But I quickly knew that I had to build myself up, pick myself up, and really just keep moving forward. I had to progress. I had to keep a positive mindset. So here today, I'm going to want to tell you a little bit about some of the things that I did in my life to really maintain my health and wellness, regardless of living with Parkinson's. Having a positive mindset really helped me to understand that I could overcome my challenges that I was facing. Positivity really feeds perception. Positivity allows you to grow physically, mentally, spiritually, and emotionally. Keeping a positive and open mindset really helped me to understand that I can do this. I have the ability to achieve all my goals, regardless of living with Parkinson's. Every day I would get up and say, I am healthy. I am healing. I am confident. I am beautiful. I can overcome this. I have the ability to live a healthy and happy life with my family and friends. And every single morning and night before I go to bed, I would say these couple things. These are called positive affirmations. I encourage you to write them down in a book or put them on next to the wall where you go to the bathroom every morning, maybe on the mirror, maybe next to your coffee machine where you have your tea or coffee in the mornings, on your table, wherever you put them. Just make sure you're saying these positive affirmations every morning and afternoon. Keep repeating them. Diet. Diet is really a key factor in growing and nourishing your body, mind, and soul. Food can be your medicine once you let it be. What you put into your body means a whole lot of difference and actually can affect you physically, mentally, and emotionally. For me, I started understanding that a lot of what was happening was linked to inflammation in my body. A lot of chronic illness and diseases are linked to inflammation. So, how can you actually reduce inflammation? By watching what you eat. What you eat is what you actually become. So for me, I started reducing a lot of the things that I was putting into my body. I became gluten free and dairy free, and I started eating a very plant based diet with lots of fresh fruits and veggies, all organic. Now, being gluten free and dairy free was actually a choice of mine that I decided to do because I saw how gluten and dairy was affecting my body personally. So I do advise you to maybe test that before you pick up that diet and see how it works for you. But I do recommend a very aggressive plant based diet, lots of fresh fruits and veggies. I exercise at least 5 to 7 days a week, at least 30 to 60 minutes a day. The benefits of exercise are endless. It really helps to keep you healthy no matter what you're facing. The benefits of exercise range from cardiovascular health to helping you with your vision, to blood circulation, to your bones, to your joints, to fatigue, to reducing stress, to giving you more energy. Exercising and movement is really important to do throughout the day. I know a lot of us are working from home these days and really sitting at the computer all day long. What I tend to do is just try to get up every 5 to 10 minutes, walk around. I have stairs in my house, so I tend to just run up and down the stairs if I can, even if I'm walking to a different room or going outside in the backyard while I'm on a conference call, just taking a walk as well was helpful. But I do recommend that you guys get some aerobics in, some cardio. I do the Bowflex, the treadmill. I do running. I do cycling. I do cardio. I do weights. I do aerobics. Whatever I can to keep moving. Exercise is really key. In combination with exercise, I've actually integrated something called Qigong into my daily practice and routine. Qigong is actually a slow meditative movement based upon an ancient Chinese exercise. And Qigong has really about tapping into the energies within our bodies and unleashing and unlocking those powers that we have to really encourage healing and growth for us. For me, Qigong has helped tremendously to help improve my balance, to give me more energy, to reduce my stress, to reduce rigidity, to really help with overall health and wellness. The benefits of Qigong have been known for centuries to help with cancer patients, Parkinson's, neurological diseases, Alzheimer's, dementia, depression, anxiety, stress, and so many other areas. Meditation has been around for centuries. You will actually hear a lot about meditation today from one of our speakers. For me, meditation is all about focusing on myself and building that self awareness and self conscious. I needed to block out some time for myself throughout the day and just focus on me. And that's what it was all about. This summit is really focusing on yourself and your health and wellness. And meditation allows you to really do that. Meditation is also another way to really tap into those positive energies we have within ourselves to help unleash and unlock those positive energies to encourage healing, growth, and nourishment for ourselves. So I do encourage you to really pick up an aggressive routine of meditation, whether it be 5 to 10 to 15 minutes a day. Just carve out that time for yourself and sit down and really learn how to meditate. There's no wrong or right way to meditate. It's all about focusing on yourself and your inner growth. Try to focus on yourself and build that awareness around yourself, and you will see a major difference in your life through meditation. Vitamins and supplements are another area I want to talk a little bit about today. I've learned a lot about the essential use of vitamins and supplements and how it really helps to nourish our bodies. Vitamins actually help to reduce the inflammation in our bodies, remove the toxins, and really provide antioxidant support that we need for overall health and wellness. Our bodies, unfortunately, don't make some essential things that we need, such as vitamin C. Vitamin C actually helps boost our immune system. I'm sure you've heard a lot about vitamin C in the news lately with COVID and the pandemic and how it can really help keep you healthy throughout this time to help reduce your risk of getting any infections or colds or things like that. So I actually do take a vitamin C to help boost my immune system. I take a vitamin B1 to help fight fatigue, reduce stress. I take omega-3s to help provide brain support and memory support and balance and things like that. I take a lot of other vitamin supplements that actually provide a lot of nutrients and essentials and really helps fill those gaps in my diet. You will hear a lot about that today from one of our speakers. So I really hope you understand this integrated approach to health and wellness really feeds off one another. We really believe that a combination of all these things really helps keep you and your families healthy throughout this time and for the rest of your life as well. I hope you will gain some valuable information today from our Health and Wellness Summit, and I hope that you guys will take some notes and write down all the important tips and strategies that you will learn about from our speakers. Today, our speakers really have some unique experiences themselves. They've each faced some unique challenges that has brought them to our summit today, and how they've really overcome their own challenges to feel better, to heal mentally, physically, and emotionally. And that's what today's summit is all about, healing. Our bodies have the innate ability to heal once we allow it to. We actually had to provide the tools and resources and give it the ability to heal. But we do have that ability within us. So we just have to learn how to unleash those abilities and how to really tap into those positive energies. For myself, I've learned that over the years, and I'm still learning and growing. Being healthy is about nourishment and understanding how to learn and grow from others and yourself. Once you uplift yourself, you can help uplift others. Always remember that. No matter what challenges you are facing, you have to keep on fighting, keep on keeping on. These challenges ahead can be tough, but the road ahead is even better once you foresee your future. Keeping a positive mindset is really one of the main things that I will encourage you today. And I will leave you with that. Stay positive, stay happy, stay healthy, and enjoy the summit, everybody. Have a great day. Bye.
Why phytonutrients? Did you know fruits and vegetables contain powerful nutrients called phyto, Greek word for plant, nutrients? Nutrients are life-enabling substances. In fact, each vibrant color is related to a range of health benefits, including purple fruits and vegetables promote brain health. Orange fruits and vegetables promote eye health. Green fruits and vegetables promote cellular health. Red fruits and vegetables promote heart health. White fruits and vegetables promote bone and joint health. That's why it's essential to eat the right amount and variety of fruits and vegetables. That's why Nutrilite is the world's #1 selling brand of vitamins and dietary supplements.
Hello and welcome. I'm so happy to have with us here today Leela Miraj, from author of When the Sun Dims, coming for us all the way from Trinidad and Tobago. Welcome, Leela. I'm so happy to have you with us here today.
Thank you, Veena. I'm so glad to be on Simply Organic.
Yes, we are so happy to have you join this summit. You know, we're all about keeping people healthy and really learning about the values and things that can help people stay healthy throughout their life. And I really have to commend you for your book that you have written here. You have done an amazing job of really bearing your soul and being so honest and open about your battle with depression and how you've overcome this battle. Can you talk a little bit about that?
To be honest with you, Veena, I think from my experience, my first experience of getting sick, I just decided I was so withdrawn that I didn't want to speak about it. But being withdrawn was really hard in me being able to communicate with people, and I just wanted to stay more inside. And then when I started to visit my doctors and I started to talk and started to explain how I was feeling, they encouraged me to start writing. And it was a very good therapy for me. And I find with that, I was able to feel something now, because I felt really dead inside, and I felt so much more better getting it out in the open.
Yeah, writing is a great therapy, right?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
For anything, writing is a great therapy.
Absolutely, totally agree with that. And you know, this topic is so prevalent in our society, unfortunately, especially today during the pandemic that we're facing. But people don't often want to talk about depression or anxiety. There's such a stigma behind these things. And unfortunately, when it gets swept under the rug, this is where it goes undiagnosed and people don't get the help they need. What actions and behaviors or mindset do you think has to be changed in order for people to start recognizing this is a real issue, that we really have to start talking about it?
It is. This is a really big issue where I would say millions of people are facing this on a daily basis. You see one face at work, and then when they get home, it's another face. And really, people should become more educated about it. It should not be a topic that you don't want to talk about, you don't want to discuss it. It should be an open topic, and people should educate themselves more about it. Because when you educate yourself, then you are able to help another person.
Right.
But when you don't, you would find that you make them feel awful about how you look at them. And this is why people tend to stay more withdrawn. And instead of healing and helping, you are destroying.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think for a lot of people, most often they feel embarrassed by it, like you're saying, or ashamed, like I'm not supposed to feel this way. And I think it's also a cultural aspect as well, depending on the type of culture that you come from. And you being from Trinidad, understanding the West Indian culture, do you feel like the cultural aspect has a lot to do with it as well?
Yes, it does. To be honest with you, I met a few ignorant people. I call them ignorant. When you don't have knowledge, you're ignorant.
Yeah.
And the remarks that they made, and I think that had it not been me, the person would really want to hide away and never speak to you again. But really, most of my people that I spoke to, I come to realize that they were suffering from it, but they didn't speak about it. They did not go to a doctor about it because they were ashamed of it. And then it was as simple as saying to them, if you have diabetes, would you hide it? Would you not see a doctor?
Exactly.
If you have chickenpox, are you going to sit down at home and not go to the doctor and get something for it? And I think speaking like this to people, I met so many people in becoming ill. I met more people becoming ill than before. Yes. Because it made me brave to be able to talk to strangers.
So it gave you some motivation and inspiration. And that's really inspiring to hear, that when you have facing these challenges and issues, it actually motivates you in some way, right?
Yes, it did. It did motivate me because I saw where people felt very ashamed and embarrassed to say something or do something about it. And then I realized this is not a woman disease. This is an everybody disease. Everyone can get this. Men, women, children. And if as parents and adults, if we learn to recognize, don't just say, the child is just being angry. Don't put people down like that. Because the minute you start saying that, it affects a child. A child could only judge from a child brain. They're not an adult. So when you keep saying to them they are angry, they become more angry. And instead of you getting a positive response, you get a negative response. And that child grows up. And there was a problem.
And then they don't get the help that they actually need to heal, like you're saying.
Yes, and this is where we have the students, and where we lose the student, we lose the child, we lose our daughter, our sons to this disease.
Yeah.
And all because we want to close our eyes or ignore it or say, don't say that.
And it's a lot of it happens. I think a lot of the symptoms are like mental fatigue and tiredness, which are common symptoms. And people tend to think, oh, I'm just tired today. I'm just, I have a lot going on with work today. But if it's a common thing happening every day, how do people know how to recognize the signs of this? Because I know this is something that you said you struggled with yourself, with mental fatigue and tiredness, right?
Actually, for years, I suffered with tiredness. And it's only talking to my doctor that when I started to say to him, you know, if they go back to my records, they would see that I said I went to sleep maybe from 10 and I woke up maybe 5, but I felt like I ran a marathon. I didn't sleep. And I was totally exhausted from waking up. And I just pushed through the day again, and the same will happen the next day. It is by paying attention. Sometimes we are just naturally tired because we have done a lot for the day. But then if it's reoccurring for years, then we need to look into it and see what is causing it, what is creating it. With tiredness also come muscle tightness. That's a sign of stress. It means that it is leading to something. Why ain't we being active or proactive in visiting a doctor and checking it? It may not be anxiety, depression. It could be a clogged artery.
Yeah, but we still
We
have
sit at home.
Yeah, we have to initiate the concept of making sure we get it checked out, go to the doctor, no matter how we think that it shrug it off and not sweep it under the rug. We have to really care and make sure that we're taking care of ourselves.
Yes. One of the things I would like you to know too is that in young kids, how would we recognize it? One of the things is being extremely, extremely shy, you know, and another is displaying a lot of anger. Something is disturbing that child, that the child has become so timid, and you find that they can't make friends. That affects a child. Also, lashing out in the sense of responding to someone when they're, you know, a simple thing you say, I told you to take the TV off, and instead of you get, oh my, mom, please, let me just look at it half an hour again. You got to shout, a cry, a stamp feet, and a run and into the room. Those are the signs that you look for in children. And parents would notice the difference. If a child is constantly responding like that, something is going on in the mind.
See, and it's interesting that you say that. I mean, I have kids myself, and they have temper tantrums all the time. So for me, it's like it's just regular behavior. So I think people have to learn to recognize the differences and how often it's actually happening, right?
Yes, you
key.
do. You need to pay attention. A child may need attention and may throw a tantrum. You know that. Or want something that you think you're not going to buy it. It's too costly, or it is not worth it. But a child who is throwing tantrum for every single thing and then bursting in tears, you need to pay attention to that child. That child is not just going from anger to tears for no reason.
Yeah, that's really helpful to understand. And parents need to start recognizing if it does come up in their household, how to really care for this.
Yes, parents need to sit and take time and spend some time with that child and talking with that child. And if there's more than one, like his children, and sit and talk in groups so that the child don't feel like, you know, I'm being picked on.
Yeah.
Sit and talk and make it an open conversation and express yourself to the child so that the child understand. And this is something that I have realized, that because parents, including myself, are too busy, or we don't take the time to talk because we are very busy and we have to prepare the dinner when we come home. We need to see to take the bath. We need to see to do the homework. We need to see all of these things are done. And in that aspect, the child may have some problem and it's being ignored.
Yeah, which goes back to my next thing about, you have a quote in your book that says, knowledge is freedom. I love this quote, and it really hit me hard to understand this quote. Can you explain a little bit about what this means, what your thoughts are behind it, and how can people grasp this concept to really achieve overall health and wellness in their own lives? Knowledge is power, knowledge is freedom. I mean, I love it. It's great.
Knowledge is power. That's me thinking aloud of everything, not just knowing about my illness, but also reading inspirational books.
Yeah.
And when you read inspirational books, you learn to guide your mind in a different direction, because when you suffer from anxiety, depression, your mind is going in a opposite direction. And it's only when you read and you educate yourself. And please don't overgo on the internet to read it. Please, we can literally go on to get inspirational books, or even talking to counselors or talking to your neighbor. You would be surprised how much they know and they share with you, that you actually get something positive that you can take forward, that it will help you for that day. And I found that knowledge was empowering for me. And when I became knowledgeable, first knowing what this illness was, because at first I didn't know what it was about. Depression, what was depression about? Why am I sad? I didn't have a reason. I would just be sitting and I just will suddenly burst out crying, and I didn't know why. And it's only after I started to understand it. And one of the things my doctors advised me was, please don't read everything on the internet, online. Are you visiting that doctor? I said no. Because at one point you will get scared. Knowledge there is vast, too much of information to take in. You need knowledge that will guide you in the right way. With an illness, if you focus on an illness, I realize you are not healing yourself, but instead you're just focusing on how ill you are. And it's like a full stop. You can't see beyond that full stop. And that's what my knowledge is empowering.
And that's so true, because we always say at Simply Organic that what you feed your brain and your body is what you become, right? So what you
That's
put
right.
in your brain is what you become, and the way you're thinking, your mindset, everything kind of connects, right?
It does. It's like, if you have an interview, it's as simple as this. If you have an interview and you're going to an interview, but you're already telling yourself, well, there's so many people who are going to come to this interview, I'm not going to really get through. But yet you're taking your things and you're going. But you already have this negative thought to you. And you have to fight this mind to actually friend this mind back into becoming who you really are. And knowing that I was full of goodness, full of virtues, it really helped me to start bringing my mind back from that negativity, because it really takes you to the worst places. All you're scared, everything that you're afraid of, that's where your mind goes when you suffer from anxiety. Hence, you get so nervous.
And it's a really scary thing for people to actually go through this. But for you, it seems like you really overcame and healed yourself, because you had the courage and bravery to actually learn about your inner self and how the tools that you needed to actually heal.
Yes, it is very important that when you become ill, you try to tap into a positive energy, learning that you can cure yourself. Scientists have said that human beings are born with the ability to cure yourself. We don't need medication, but we have become dependent on medication because it has been available from time, and we depend on medication to cure us. And I am not saying that I didn't go to my doctors and I didn't use medication. I did, but I also fought for me. And fighting for me meant retraining my mind. And what I did is that every day I wrote an affirmation on, I am a good being, or I am a happy person. And I wrote that like 2 pages each day, just to retrain the mind into understanding Leela is a happy person. Leela is not just the sad being that is now suffering. And I think that is the 100% that empowered me to go forward and become back who I really was.
Yeah, and
Because
that's what this summit is all about. Is about explaining. I love what you said about the body being able to heal itself and tapping into our own self to give it the opportunity to heal. And you know, you're so right. We rely so much on medications because that's what the doctors are prescribing all the time. But I think it's important that we learn that we can tap into ourselves to actually heal and make
that's
ourselves
right.
better.
So with the help of the medication, if we tap into that energy,
Yeah.
you are sure to succeed in healing yourself. And that is the part that all human beings are lacking. Most of them are lacking. So, you know, like taking time, if it's 5 minutes for the day, just for yourself every day, and just tap into your energy. If it's in the morning or it's in the evening when you have the time, the free time, and you sit and you just relax and you quiet your mind, you would be amazed at how silent the place is. Or with all the noise around you, you would actually experience a different silence, like nothing you have experienced before. And then as soon as you come right back, it's like you hear all the noise, you hear everything, you become aware of everything. But getting into that silence is really a healing process. It's really very, very helpful.
Yeah.
And I think that it should be taught to children so that they can learn that they are powerful. If we teach kids this, I think we will have kids with a better future.
Yeah, that's amazing, and that's so true. We have to really teach our children how to become aware of our surroundings and focus on themselves. And like you said, take some time out for themselves and be silent. Be aware of what's going on around us and just taking all the energies, all the nature, and all those things that we love so much. So important.
That's right.
So I know part of your healing happened because you have the support of friends and family, and I know it's so important when you become ill or you're facing any challenges in life to really have a network of support. Tell us a little bit about that network of support and why it's so important to really have.
Families close by, but support is families far and wide. It doesn't have to be just close by, because both my children were abroad when I got sick, and that support was always there. They message me daily, hourly. They check in. Sisters abroad, I got cards. And you know, when you get the support, because you have lost you when you become sick, or you have lost your confidence, your self-esteem is so low. And it is only by this support, because now it's like you missing your legs and you need someone to help you stand again. And that support is what really helps you. So it started at home, where sometimes I just couldn't eat my food. Then my husband will sit and he would talk with me and, you know, just have a conversation going, and then I would eat the food. Or going by my mother, and she would prepare food for me, and she would come and sit with me, and then she would say, well, you're not eating so much food, you just eat a little, too mouthful, eat a little more. So much, those little words, encouraging words, meant so much. And it will always mean a lot to anyone who is sick, suffering from anything. Encouraging words help you to feel that you are loved, feel that people care for you. And the feeling of being cared for and that kindness is like a vitamin to the body and to the mind.
Yeah, and I think it's so important that we have the encouragement from our friends and family, which is amazing that you were lucky enough to really have that and be surrounded by that.
That's right. I always said I was blessed with that, because be it doctors, be it friends, I really didn't have much of a bad experience with support when the period when I suffered the most. I I just literally was blessed in that way that I had the support. Even doctors. I remember sitting in an office with a doctor who was just asking questions and talking and helping me, but also understanding why I was crying, you know. And I said to him, but doctor, you have more patients outside, and they will be so mad when I leave this office. And he was like, everybody who comes to see a doctor, there's a purpose and there's a reason. So don't worry what people would say, and I walked out of the office and there was so much people waiting to see the same doctor. And not one person said anything, It was just like, okay, I was just in there for 10 minutes. And that support is, is really it's a helpful thing to any being, anybody who is around, to a child who is struggling with her work or his work. That support of sitting there and explaining and taking time and encouraging and keep saying to them, you can do this, look at it. And the minute they get one answer correct and you say, look, see, you're so bright, you would see that they would be doing this and just running every minute to say, Mom, I got through. Mom, this is so easy. That's the support.
Yeah.
That is really important. But I really had a lot of support. I must say that. I had a lot of support.
That is great. You're so fortunate.
Even visiting New York, Veena, I remember you talking to me and I talking to you.
We had some great conversations and we definitely supported each other and gave each other that encouragement and motivation. I mean, you yourself has given me a lot of motivation, during my challenges and my health issues as well. So your journey and what you've experienced is amazing. And I think people are going to be so, encouraged to hear your story today, speaking out about it and being so open and honest and giving us some tips on how we can really overcome no matter what we're facing. I think it's important to understand, no matter how bad it may seem or how big the challenge is, we have the ability to have the power in our hands to overcome it mentally.
That's right.
And emotionally. We just have to actually take that first stand and do it ourselves, right?
Yes, you do. You have to believe. You must believe in yourself.
Yeah.
That's the first step to healing. You must believe in yourself. You must love yourself. And that is the first two steps in curing yourself.
Yeah.
If you start by that, then you would find that the other steps that you have to take, which may be very difficult, it would be encouraging. You would want to do it because you can see results. And every day that you see the smallest results that you can get, you would find that you would be encouraged to want to take the other step the next day.
Yeah, amazing. So everybody who's heard your journey today, they're going to want to read your amazing book. So show us your book and tell us where we could buy it. When the Sun
Okay.
So tell us,
When the Sun Dims.
How did you come up with this title, by the way?
Actually, when I was doing the book, and I have to say that my nephew said to me, Auntie, if you're going to write a book about anxiety, depression, please don't let it be something that nobody would want to read. Available on Amazon. You can get e-copies and you can get hard copies. And you just search for When the Sun is Dim by Leela Maraj. I actually put my name. The question that people asked me was, why didn't you use a different pen name? And I said, because I am not ashamed of myself.
Excellent. That's a perfect answer. I love that.
It was about me. The book is about me on a daily basis of how I felt, what I did, and how I helped myself.
Yeah.
And it was in hope of helping another person who may experience this or even be suffering from a disease and are feeling very low. I thought that, when you get something that is encouraging, you understand, and then it calms the mind. And with a calm mind, you would find that results is so much more easier than if you go with the mind confused and corrupt. It is constantly going like a drum beating on that there. Constantly. You get no rest. You lie on the bed and you can't sleep because your heart starts racing. The fear start coming. So, I did it on a daily basis, saying this was my struggle from the morning, but by the evening, I may not have shine like the sun, but I certainly was not as low as I started my day.
That is so great. You are so inspirational, so motivational. You've encouraged us all here today so much. Leela Mirage, we thank you so much for joining us here today. Author of When the Sun Dimmed, and you can show us your book one more time so we know we can get your book available on Amazon, and we'll be sure to get that. Thank you so much for joining us today at the Live Healthy, Love Healthy, Stay Healthy Summit, all about keeping people healthy. Thank you so much, Leela.
Thank you so much, Vina, for inviting me and thinking about me. I was really happy to share with you and for the entire audience that would be listening to this.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for joining us again.
Thank you to you.
Hello and welcome. I'm so happy to have with us today founders of the No Diet, Ali Bakri and Rena Iyer. Welcome, Ali and Rena. I know you guys have an extraordinary story to tell us. What's going on, guys?
Nothing much, just another day.
Thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate it.
Yeah,
I do want to start off by letting everybody know, what is the No Diet and exactly how is this cool idea born?
You want to start?
So yeah, so I guess I'll start. Basically, Rena and I have been pretty large, I guess, for a long time. At least I was for my whole life, pretty much. Rena, not so much, but she got, heavier over the years. And one day I woke up and I walked into the bathroom, looked at myself in the mirror and said, no way, this is way too much. Just looking at myself, and I was 327 pounds at the time, and I was just fed up. So I walked right back in, I marched back into the bedroom and I said, Rena, I'm done. I'm done being fat. I'm done being, looking like this, and I wanted to change, And at that time, I think Rena will tell you, but she was like, okay, go for it, do what you gotta do, And so at that point, I tried to do whatever I could to stop eating, bad stuff, and just try to, eat healthier and just start somewhere. So
for me, it was different. Obviously, I was very anti starting with him. I tried so many yo-yo diets over the years, and it just wouldn't work for me anymore, where I wouldn't lose weight. So it was all him. I was just like watching and was not really into it in the beginning. But then after some time, when I, initially when he was doing it, I was like, okay, well, I'll start too. I will just be more mindful of what I'm doing, but I had no expectations when we started.
All right.
That's awesome. I mean, that's a great starting point. And I know the great thing is you guys are really telling your story and trying to help other people, which is awesome. Not a lot of people want to talk about this journey, and you're highlighting such a prevalent topic. I mean, obesity is unfortunately rising at alarming rates among children and adults. And you guys are doing a great job of trying to get it out there. What do you think in terms of like actions and behaviors, people who want to change their weight loss goals and try to achieve optimal health? What needs to change for them? Sort of like what you guys did.
Mm-hmm. I think the biggest thing, at least for me, was like when I started, I went in with the mindset, I'm not on a diet. I was just going to make healthier choices throughout the day with eating, and just kind of be more mindful of what was going into my body. The one big thing that we both decided early on to cut out was processed foods and things, and sugar generally, not completely, but be more mindful of how much sugar we're intaking into our bodies. And so having that mindset of I'm on a diet, it's not about being in a diet. You need to change your whole lifestyle and just kind of go with it. You know what I'm saying? Like you can't have that mentality on a diet because then you're just setting yourself up for failure.
Right. So like that's the whole reason why we call it the no diet, because it's not only like KNOW, but it's NO as well, because we don't feel like this is a diet at all. We feel like this is just the way we're going to be eating for the rest of our life now, because we want it, we enjoy it, we eat anything we want, just in moderation, and we make our own meals. We find an easy way and healthy way to make it. We're both busy professionals. We don't have the time to, make all kinds of crazy stuff. So we find simple, easy things to make that are healthy.
Yeah, and that's the important thing. Exactly. You guys are talking so much about food, and for most people, for the average person, food is like, a quick bite to eat in between school, work, and kids, the million things that we're doing. And for you guys, you understand how food affects your body, what you're putting into your body.
Oh yeah.
How it affects you physically, but not only physically, mentally and emotionally. What transformations are you guys noticing after starting this whole journey and eating healthier?
Oh my God,
there's so many
things. I'll let you start with a couple, then I'll go to a couple.
There's a ton. Like I had a lot of difficulty walking. A couple of years ago, Ali and I got into a car accident where I lost feeling in my knees, and literally after just losing all this weight, and when doctors told me I was never going to get feeling back, I now completely have feeling back in my knees. I also have something called PCOS, which is polycystic ovarian syndrome, and it's something that I dealt with for a very long time, ever since I can remember. That consists of, having bad acne, having unwanted hair growth, having really irregular periods, and all of these things have self-corrected without taking any drugs, without doing anything, just from what I'm putting into my body. And now it's amazing. Something like a period. I know it's weird, but just I wouldn't even get it for like 6 months, and then I'd get it for 6 months straight. Now, like, I know exactly when I'm getting it. I'm getting it every month. It's not overly heavy. Things like that every day, being able to reach parts of our body we can reach before, being able to take a shower.
I never thought, that how bad it was, taking a shower, or how hard it was or difficult it was, because it was just normal for me. But taking a shower is easy now, like I can just reach my back, when I can bend down and wash my feet better, when I can put my shoes on, without having to, try and fiddle with it in the back.
He used to have to help me put my shoes on because I couldn't bend over to reach my feet. So like he actually would put my shoes on. I'd have to like lift my leg up and he would put them on. So little things that, normal people take for granted that we can do. It was like all these changes. The list I could sit here for like an hour and tell you all the things that have changed.
I'm guessing you feel a lot more energy, and you're a lot more
energy. Geez, we not only sleep better. We both snore like crazy.
Oh, that's a big one.
We don't snore anymore. Rena had some severe sleep apnea
where I would stop breathing.
She stopped breathing when she was, and I didn't know if she was, sick, or if she was, gonna die one day because of this. I would always be so scared. I'd be sleeping and I could see her, sleeping, then like you would just see it,
like
struggling to breathe at night. And like I was always scared about that. And when I told her about it, she was like, "Oh, I'll just brush it off," because obviously she was fine, But you never know. That just leads to poor sleep and everything. So now we wake up so much more refreshed. Our alarms don't even wake us up. We have naturally wake up at 6:30, 7 o'clock in the morning, and we're so much more energetic.
Like so much more mental clarity.
Oh my God, yeah.
Yeah. It's amazing you guys are mentioning how scared you were about some of the issues that you were facing before you started this eating healthy. And I'm guessing that's what kind of motivated you to understand you need to make a change, because something has to motivate you. When you find your health failing and you find yourself losing energy and you think things are going wrong and you don't know where to start. But it's amazing how much food can really make a difference.
Right. It's not just the food, but the food we put into our bodies is that making the difference. It's how we eat it, how much of it that we eat. If you're gonna have something processed, even if we were to have something processed today, we might have it once, you know, we're not going to have it every day, you know, and it's something that you just have to train your body to train yourself
and
to not want.
that's a big thing, because like all throughout the years, whenever I did try to go on a diet, I always had that mentality of, oh, I'm going to start on Monday, or oh, I'm going to start on the first of the month. And that needs to go out of your head, because it's okay, like you said, if you do mess up one day, if you do have a bad meal, but you want to just continue from there, not have that also mentality of, oh, I ate something bad today, so now I'm going to binge eat everything, and then tomorrow I'm going to start again.
Right.
Because it's not a diet, you can't look at it that way. You need to just continue on. And if you mess up, everyone's going to mess up. You want to live your life. You want to feel happy. You don't want to deprive yourself, because I think that's the biggest thing that kicks people off track. Because once you're deprived of something, you want it more. Like if I told you today you couldn't have cookies, you'd want a cookie even more. Than
You're absolutely right. I mean,
and we had cookies, you know, all the time. Not like real huge cookies or anything. We have our own alternatives.
And then you also mentioned with time constraints, like people running around, like we found a whole bunch of quick and easy things to eat on the go too, so that we're not skipping meals. We're not like going to like McDonald's to pick up something because we don't have time. So it just kind of, once you're on track of doing it, it's very easy to continue on that way.
So you're talking a lot about being on track. Take us through like a typical day for you guys, and what you kind of make, and how you kind of eat, and how you stay on track. Like, how do you meet your goals? Because this sounds impossible almost. I try really hard, but with kids and juggling work and a million other things, I mean, I try to stay on track too, but I want to hear what you guys do.
So I'll give you a quick, simple day of ours. So let's say I'll give you today. So this morning I had a couple boiled eggs for breakfast, you know, super simple, really easy, nothing fancy.
Eggs are great. Eggs are healthy.
Everybody loves eggs, right?
And you can really have it any way you want.
Yeah, and you can have them any way you want. If you want cheese, put a little bit of cheese in it. We're not saying, you know, put a whole bunch of it, but, you know, put some in it, you know. If you like that, you know, I love boiled eggs, so it's super easy for me. It's really easy, salt and pepper, and nothing fancy.
I mean, on the weekends, like it's different. On the weekdays, it's obviously
right. We always buy these chopped salad kits from ShopRite that are fully prepared and everything. All we have to do is literally put them into a bowl and eat it. So we take one of those bags and we split it. She has half, I have half, you know. Because she works from home, so she puts half in a bowl, puts it back in the fridge, and she puts in some Tupperware for me, and I take it to the office every day. And 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock rolls around, I'll have my salad, and we come home, and then Rena will make something different, whether something simple like today we had tuna fish, nothing fancy. We had tuna fish with, you know, how do you
we use full mayo. We don't use anything fat-free, and I know this is a little sidetrack here, but we stay away from anything fat-free, because the thing with fat-free things, it's all substituted with sugar, and sugar is the biggest
interesting.
Yeah, which you wouldn't think.
Right.
Yeah, because all those years I've been going on diets, I always relied on eating. I always look for fat-free everything.
Yeah, and that's probably why it fails a lot of diets. Everyone's looking at fat-free and has the high sugars.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But this way, we're eating full-fat everything, so A, we don't feel like we're depriving ourselves because everything tastes the best it could taste.
Yeah.
And B, we're actually seeing results. So in the tuna, like we'll use full fat mayo, you know, not too much. We'll use in moderation. You know, we add whatever vegetables we want, and then we actually have a flaxseed pita bread that we use, which tastes just like pita bread. And
sounds yummy.
Yeah, it's delicious.
You wouldn't even know, honestly, if you didn't know.
Exactly.
Right.
There's so many things out there. There's so many substitutes for everyday foods that you think you can't live without that are there. You just have to do a little work to find them.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I've known you guys for a really long time, and I've seen the amazing transformation that has happened. I'm so proud of both of you, and I know you've done it together, but I can't only imagine the mindset and mental preparation that really had to go into this. How did you do this with this mindset, and what's your advice to other people who want to do this? What kind of mindset and preparation should they be looking towards?
So I want to say one thing real quickly. If the biggest mindset change you can have is to not beat yourself up.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if everybody screws up here and there, we did, you know, but it's not that if we did screw up or anything, we didn't say, oh man, I screwed up and now I'm, you know, it's all over, you know.
You want
We
to be
just kept going,
consistent.
you know.
You want like
Consistency over perfection.
Yeah, he loves
I love that line. Consistency over
I
perfection.
love that. Consistency over perfection.
Yeah.
Love it.
Yeah. So for me, like I said, like I did not want to start the way when he started. I was just like, okay, I'm gonna do what he's doing in the sense that I'll be more mindful. If I lose weight, great. If I don't, then it's not gonna hurt me. So I think everybody's different, and you need to find what works best for you. In the beginning, he tracked his weight every day. He had an app for that. He recorded everything that he ate. For me, it was a little bit different. I didn't even weigh myself when I started because, like I said, I started with zero expectations. And because of that, it took all the pressure off of me. So about a month into our journey of starting this, I then weighed myself. And I only knew my last weight, which was like 6 months before we started. And I definitely got heavier from then. And from then I saw that I lost like, what was it?
You lost the first 30 days. It was about 35
pounds. And then by the second month it was like 65 pounds. And just not having that pressure and not having to check the scale, because I'm sure you know, as a girl, like you're trying to lose weight and you go on the scale, you can do everything right and it'll go up the next day just because, you know. Right. So I think it's good if you are someone like me who was struggling in the beginning, don't weigh yourself, just make the small changes, continue to make small changes every day, and then wait, maybe like in 30 days or so, go jump on the scale, and I promise you'll see a difference.
Right, because like, you know, even if whatever you do today, you know, is not going to really affect your body for another couple of days anyways. So even if you did go up, you know, 2 pounds, it's for something you did a couple of days ago, not what you did that day, you know? So it takes time, you know, so for your body to constantly adjust in your weight. So
whatever it takes to not make yourself feel defeated at the end of the day. And for me, it was going on the scale every day.
Right. And I was mentally prepared for it because I knew I wanted to do it. I had to do it. I was just fed up. You know, I was just done with this lifestyle that we were living. And I just wanted that change. I wanted to be healthier. I wanted to look better. And, you know, at that time, actually, I knew I was going to propose to Rena too.
So that was the motivating factor.
That was another motivating factor. Now, she didn't even want to do it, so I didn't even care if she wanted to or not. But the fact that she did it on her own, great. Yeah, I was happy, you know. Like, you know, when we went to Colombia, I mean, she looked beautiful, you know. I mean, she's even better now, you know, 6, 7 months later, you know.
What I think is so amazing is that you guys are really motivated and you have each other to keep that, each other support and motivation. What motivational tools can you recommend for other people like that, who maybe don't have another person to do this with?
So there's a couple of things that I was going to say. One would be an accountability partner. Mm-hmm. You know, you definitely have to find somebody who wants to do it with you, or, you know, even if you live alone, maybe find somebody. I mean, nowadays with Zoom and everything else, you can be accountable and talk to somebody all the time. If you're with a family member at home, maybe, you know, maybe they can help you. A group of friends, or, you know, even maybe, you know, if people want to sign up for the No Diet One Day, you know, they can do it with us. You know, it's many different things it can be.
It does definitely help to have an accountability partner, because, you know, we obviously live together, so it's easier when you're cooking for 2 people, and it is easier when, you know, because obviously if he does something bad one day or if I do something bad, we can kind of acknowledge that with one another.
I mean, we'll you know, be in bed and want to have an ice cream bar or something, you know, one of the healthy ones that we eat, you know, and, you know, she might want one and I'll be like, no, we don't need one. We don't need it. You know, that's not.
But we help each other out. Yeah.
Exactly. We definitely help each other out, but it's not to say, like, I mean, last week I wasn't here. I went away on vacation. He was here by himself. He still maintained it on his own. I did what I had to do on vacation. I think that's another important thing. People should, like I said before, you want to enjoy your life. You never want to feel like you're being deprived. So when I go on vacation, I'm still going to eat the food I want, but I'm going to think about it before I eat it. You know, maybe make a better choice when I'm at a restaurant. Instead of getting like pasta, maybe get a steak, maybe get something a little bit better. Instead of just, you know, throwing it all out the window. And you know what? Maybe I would try the pasta that was there, but I'm not going to overdo it. And I think that's important. You don't want to overdo anything that you're doing. You also don't want to feel like you're in any way depriving yourself.
Right. Yeah. And you guys want to be healthy. You want to stay healthy. You want to live a healthier life. And that's what this summit is all about. And that's really awesome. I know later on coming up, we're going to have a healthy cooking demo by you guys, but give us a little sneak peek into some of your recipes. What are some of your favorite recipes? Reens, I know you're always in the kitchen cooking up a storm.
Oh my God, it's amazing. I have to
Recipes.
say I'm blessed. I'm
It's
so
basically-
blessed. She's such a good cook.
You really are a lucky man, Allie. Let me tell you.
He's like my
Sneak peek
muse.
what to expect later on.
Yeah. So basically anything that Ali feels like eating, I would say.
So basically, that's the thing. See, I love to eat
You
different
dictate
things.
what she cooks, huh?
Well, not
Kind
really,
of,
kind of.
not
but, like,
really.
I one day I wanted chicken wings. You know, I wanted to have some buffalo wings or something delicious like that. You know, like, and I said, Reen, let's figure out how to make this. Right? Let's make it healthy. So instead of having chicken wings, we made buffalo cauliflower and stuff, and it turned out to be so much better than even.
That sounds so good, actually.
It's so
Yeah, we
delicious.
even made like a homemade blue cheese dressing with we used yogurt, mayo, and a couple
Oh,
other types,
wow.
and it tasted just like blue cheese dressing. And
Yeah.
actually, it was funny. I actually made real chicken wings like about a week later because I bought chicken, and he
Yeah.
liked the cauliflower better,
So
which
much
was
better.
actually really funny.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But basically anything, like if he's like mac and cheese, like I always challenge myself to find, because there is a healthy way to make anything, like literally
Absolutely.
anything is there.
You got to
And
challenge yourself, like you just said. Exactly. You got to try new things and venture out.
Yeah, and it's
Exactly.
fun. I mean, it can be time consuming, obviously, in the kitchen. I like to cook. You know, if you don't like to cook, there are a lot of other things you can do. But for me, it's fun. I love it. It's like therapeutic almost.
She makes this really good was the eggplant parm.
Oh, that's one.
Yeah, so the eggplant parm that she makes, she'll from the time she starts making it to the time it's done, it's almost like a total of an hour, and that includes the cooking and cleaning time. You know.
Mhm.
That's
it's-
not bad, actually. That's pretty
it's
good.
not
prep
bad,
time.
right?
Yeah, it was
Exactly.
quick. I mean, so for example, like that, and the eggplant parm, like I actually don't bread it. I don't bread the eggplant parm because you don't need it.
Yeah, that's the bad thing, right?
But you know what's funny though? Like I made it both ways. The first time I made it, I breaded it, and it was good. The second time I made it, I didn't bread it, and it was still good.
Yeah,
So
she didn't even tell me that she didn't bread it, and I didn't even realize it wasn't breaded, and it still tasted excellent. And actually, real eggplant parm in Italy, like it's not breaded at all.
Yeah, that's
an
actually true.
American thing.
that is an American thing.
That is amazing. Well, we definitely got to see that cooking demo coming up later on.
Yes,
Oh, yeah,
for
yeah.
sure.
It's gonna be a fun one. You're gonna like
Yeah,
it.
We can't wait
It's
for
a
the
fun, quick, easy meal that anybody can.
anybody can do it.
Nice. Well, I know you guys are doing a great job of living healthy. What kind of advice do you have for other people? What are some lasting thoughts for people who are watching this?
I guess like we said before, don't beat yourself up. You know, if you think you've tried everything, you haven't tried everything. You know,
Patience over persistence, right?
Yeah,
That's another big
patience,
one.
Yes,
That one.
yes, yeah.
Patience
even-
and persistence. Sorry, no,
patience and
it was sorry.
Yeah,
Patience and persistence.
yeah, it's you don't have to be perfect at anything. Just make sure you keep doing it. You know, there's a saying that Gary Vee always says that I love, which is basically consistency beats talent every time. You know, and it's the same thing with this. You don't have to be perfect at it. You just have to keep doing it.
Yeah. And I think it's really important that people understand they have to kind of know their own bodies too and what they're putting into it. And they have to see what works for them. Maybe something that works for you guys won't work for them or vice versa. So it's about really testing and understanding your bodies and what's happening to your bodies and what's going on, right?
Yeah, 100%. Because even for us, like things are different. There'd be certain times where we can eat the same exact thing and he'll lose 2 pounds and I'll gain 2 pounds. So you really just want to be mindful of what's going into your body. That's the most important.
I know for myself, like gluten, I can't put gluten into my body because it makes me break out or I have like reactions to it. I've noticed that for my own self. So I can only imagine for other people. Once you start testing certain foods and seeing what works for you, you'll discover so many different things about your bodies.
Mm-hmm. And the more you do it, the more you're going to want it. Like for us, like the more you eat bad, the more you're going to want bad food. The more you eat good, healthy, the more you're going to want healthy food. Like it's amazing like how your body physically wants better food. And like there've been a few times where we've been away together and we had to eat something maybe we wouldn't normally eat. And we actually don't feel that great after we've eaten it.
Right. And it wasn't even that enjoyable, you know.
And it wasn't enjoyable.
When we're eating, because it's something that we thought that we were missing out on, and we tried it when we were out, and we're like, oh, that's not even that good. We make it better, you know?
Yeah.
And that was it.
Yes.
Didn't even want it anymore.
Yeah. So you really have to find, I mean, of course it's case by case, but overall you just really just want to be mindful of what's going into your body and what works for you.
So you guys mentioned before people can sign up for the No Diet if they want some help, a consultation. Tell us a little bit about that.
So we're still developing the program right now. It's not as in really concrete, but we are looking to take on people to help them out and coach them throughout the process. We're going to be doing a 30 or 60 or 90-day program depending on, the level of help that they'll need. And it's either it can be one-on-one or group-based. And we're still trying to figure that out, exactly the whole program, but hopefully by the end of the year, that's what we're trying to have everything launched.
Yeah, it'll probably be sooner than that.
It might be sooner than that. Yeah, I'm just.
But you guys are a bunch of motivated too, so I think it'll be a bunch sooner than that. I can see that.
Probably
Oh
will
yeah,
be, but,
it'll be a lot sooner. I mean, even now, like we do have a page on Instagram and we have one on Facebook also. So we do release, generally at least a video or two a week. We share motivation tips, stories that we've encountered or struggles that we've had over the years and how we overcame them.
And that's really helping people. And I think that's a really good thing that you guys are doing that. Not everybody has the audacity to do what you guys are doing. So I commend you for that. And thank you for sharing your journey with us. Thank you guys so much for sharing your journey with us today on this summit. Any lasting words, everybody watching?
Keep trying. Keep doing it. Keep working at it. It's a lifelong thing.
Don't get discouraged.
Yeah. And you don't feel like you have to lose 100 pounds in 6 months. If you do 100 pounds in 5 years, that's amazing. You know?
I mean, even if you lost 20 pounds in a year from now, you can look back on that and be like, oh, wow, I lost 20 pounds rather than doing nothing.
Yeah.
It will just, I mean, the real takeaway is just stay consistent and be persistent.
Yeah,
That's really it. Keep going.
Great. Thank you guys, founders of the No Diet, Ali Backer, Vina Iyer. Thank you guys so much for joining us today. Appreciate it.
Thank you for having us.
Awesome.
Hey, what is going on, guys? My name is Megan. This is Abby. We're going to help demonstrate a 10-minute workout for you guys to do anywhere. The only thing that you need is yourself, maybe a clock on your phone to record the time, and a yoga mat if you need one, okay? And also a friend or family member like I got over here. Okay, so this workout's going to be 10 minutes. It's going to include a warm-up, very small cool down. But other than that, it really just requires our body weight. So the first thing that we're gonna do, my sister, is we're just gonna run in place, okay? So we're dealing with just 15-second intervals for this warm-up. Just, shake out those legs, move those arms just a little bit. And when I say switch, we're gonna go right into jumping jacks. Ready, and switch it on up. So notice how Abby's bringing her arms all the way around, legs out to the side. I'm sure we all know what a jumping jack looks like. You're going to do this for about 3 more seconds. Then we're going to go into some butt kickers and switch it on up. Now, this is going to help stretch out your quad muscles, okay? It's going to help us get lower in our squats. Yes, we are doing squats today. You're going to keep on getting those feet, those heels, all the way up to that tushy. When I say switch, we're going to go back into running in place and switch it on up. All right, so I just want you guys to increase the speed of your run. Try to move those arms a little bit more. We are gonna warm up our arms a little bit in this warm up. When I say switch, we're just gonna do crossovers and switch it on up, okay? This is gonna help stretch out our shoulders. Sorry about hitting you. And we're also gonna stretch out our chest, okay? We're gonna go this way, kind of like you're giving yourself a big giant hug. And then we're gonna go up and down, and go ahead, Abby, up and down just like this. This is going to help stretch out our back. Really important that any workout that you guys are doing, there's some form of back exercise. I know a lot of us are sitting down. Okay, we might be hunched over at our desk, so we want to make sure we're strengthening our back as well. And time. Okay, so that was our warm-up. Took 1.5 minutes, okay? The next 9 minutes is pretty much just going to be going through lower body, upper body, lower body, upper body. We're gonna start off with 30 seconds of an exercise at a slower rate, and then 15 seconds of more of an explosion exercise. And it's only 15 seconds, so I want you guys to make sure you're going as fast as possible, and then you guys are gonna have a 15-second break, okay? So the first thing we're starting off with squats. Now notice how both of our feet are about hip width apart, knees go out to the side, and the most important thing, like you see Abby here, is she's keeping her chest up nice and tall. We don't want to go too fast. We're not looking about exploding, going as quick as possible. We're going to save that for about 10 more seconds left of this, and we're going to go right into squat jumps, okay? So we're going to explode off of our toes, ready, and switch it on up, Abby. We're exploding right into it. You can use those hands as momentum. You can leave them out in front, but you're getting as low as possible, and you're gonna shoot off the ball to your feet, always making sure you're landing softly. You have 3, 2, 1, and time. 15-second breather, okay? Now we're gonna get to that upper body. We're gonna go into a plank. You can either go on your toes or on your knees like Abby's gonna do, and we're just gonna do non-stop push-ups for 30 seconds. And let's go, guys. All the way down, all the way up. Now, if push-ups are a struggle, or even after through this 30 seconds, it's getting a little tough, drop down to your knees, like Abby's doing right here. Just make sure your butt's coming down with you, okay? You still got 15 seconds left of this exercise. You're working at your chest, so make sure you really push off that mat as hard as you can do. It's all about the quality of these, not the quantity. When I say switch, we're gonna go right into steel jacks. Ready? And switch. Stand on up, just like your jumping jack, except now we're going out and in with our arms as opposed to up and down. This is gonna help get our chest muscles, our pecs right here, and time. Okay, feeling a little sweaty? I myself am also feeling that. After this, we gotta go back to our lower body, but we're gonna isolate our legs, and we're just gonna do non-stop alternating lunges. And go ahead, guys. Big step forward. Hands off to the side, really wherever they need to be to make sure that you guys have balance. Making sure that your front knee never goes past that ankle. You're not pushing, going forward with it. You're dropping that butt. This is gonna work out our glute muscle, our hamstrings, and our quads, okay? We've got about 9 more seconds. After that, 15 seconds of really hard work, non-stop, high knees, ready, and go ahead. So different from running in place, we're just bringing our knees all the way up as high as possible. This is gonna help stretch at our hamstrings, okay? And really give that afterburn effect after we did all those lunges. And time, 15 seconds of that. Back to our upper body. We're getting back into a plank. We still got about 10 more seconds of this rest time, but let me show you what we got going on. We're just gonna do shoulder taps. So you're gonna hold the plank, put your hand to your opposite shoulder. And let's go, 30 seconds of hard work, just doing this. Biggest thing here, you don't wanna let your hips sway side to side, so keep them a little bit more sturdy. Once again, 30 seconds of this work is just about the controlled speed that we have, all right? If you still start to see yourself sway, bring your feet out a little bit wider, okay? So out to the side is gonna give you a lot more stability. When I say up, we're gonna just go into non-stop punches, jab, and across as fast as possible. And let's go, sister. As quick as you guys can go, having some fun with it, really exploding, making sure that hand is in a fist. You got 3, 2, 1, rest time. Lower body time again, okay? So got 10 more seconds. Now we're gonna do something called a curtsy lunge. So we're gonna take one of our legs and make it go behind the other. Ready? And let's go. Go my way. Have a little synchronized. Getting that back knee as low to the mat as possible. And just like those regular lunges and those squats we did before, it's really all about making sure that from our hips all the way up to our shoulders, stand tall, looking forward. 10 more seconds left, guys. Keep it on going. Breathe it on out. All we're gonna do to add this explosion is a hop. Ready? And hop to the side. Hop to the side. Nice little tap. Bring it on home, Abby. Keep on working hard. A little bit more of a push, guys. Remember, 15 seconds of hard work. And rest. 15 seconds. How you feeling? Good. Okay, so now what we're gonna do is we're gonna go back to the upper body. We're gonna do this all on the belly, so that's why it's good to have a yoga mat. You're gonna keep your legs up high, arms out extended, and we're just gonna hold this pose. Now where you should be feeling it, right in your lower back. So make sure that those feet are not dropping down. We call this a Superman pose because it kind of looks like we're in the air, Supermaning it out, okay? Arms are extended. It's a really great back workout. So once again, if you learn anything from this video, this exercise is a great exercise to do. When I say switch your 15 seconds, you're just gonna allow your hands to go up and down. Let's go right into it. 15 seconds, up and down. This is really just gonna help torch those shoulders. There we go, Abby, almost done. 3, 2, 1, and rest. Stand on up. We got about 4 more exercises left, okay? Next thing we're gonna do, back to our lower body, we're gonna do something called an inchworm. We're gonna keep our legs straight. We're gonna walk our hands all the way out to the plank. Walk our hands back in. One more time, or a couple more times. Walk those hands all the way out, hold that plank. Walk those hands all the way back in. Once again, very good back exercise, good for your hamstrings. So the entire time that you walk those hands out, you wanna keep those legs as straight as possible. If you have a little less flexibility with that, get those legs out wider. 3 more seconds, we're going to move on to one of my favorite exercises. We have burpees. Abby's gonna demonstrate it straight up. Ready, and let's go. So a burpee is just a combined exercise of a squat jump, and a plank. Making sure that those legs go all the way out. Hold that plank. Bring those legs all the way to the inside part of your, outside part of your hands. Explode up, and time. Abby may have done that for a little bit longer than the 15 seconds. Last 2 exercises, guys. We're gonna drop down and we are just gonna hold a plank. You can either do it on your palms or your elbows. So we're gonna hold it on our elbows. 30 seconds. So main thing you wanna keep in control, do from this side, is you wanna make sure that butt is not up in the air. And you also make sure it's not digging into the mat. Keep it at a happy medium. Keeping that belly button in towards your chest, like you're kind of breathing in, but you can still breathe. Last 15 seconds, we're just gonna do hip dips with this plank. So side to side, I like to think of it as a rainbow, okay? So your hips aren't dipping, they're just going side to side. 9 more seconds, ladies and gentlemen, and you guys are done with this workout. Bang it on out. 2, 1, and time. So that workout took about 10 minutes, including the warm-up, okay? It's a timed exercise, so make sure, a timed workout, so make sure that you guys do have a clock, or like we almost have, is a timer on our phone. Keep it right near you, okay? If you have a workout buddy or a family member, everyone is in quarantine, you might be forced to be with your family members during this time. It's an excellent time to get a workout in. Once again, guys, I hope you had a great workout. My name is Megan, this is Abby, and you guys have a great rest of the day.
Hello, welcome to the Live Healthy, Love Healthy Summit. Thank you for joining us. Today, I'm so excited to have Dr. Andrea LaRusso, chiropractor, who will be talking to us today about the benefits of chiropractic care. Thank you so much for joining us today, Dr. LaRusso. We're so happy to have you on board.
Oh, I'm happy to be here. I'm happy to be here. I'm going to go over the benefits of chiropractic, which is the subject matter. Okay, I'm going to list the benefits first, and then I'm going to explain how chiropractic addresses these benefits. Okay, so you understand it's not a mystery, you know.
Yeah, a lot of people have a lot of misperceptions about chiropractic care,
Yes,
understanding
they think,
how it
you know,
really
it's
works.
magic or it's this and that, but it's actually rooted deeply in science. But I'll go over that. I'll list the benefits first. The first one, of course, being pain relief, most important, whether it's acute or chronic. And also decreasing your muscle spasm and inflammation that comes because it's associated with pain. It's like the body's natural way of saying you have a problem here. Okay, so with the reduction of pain, you're also going to have a reduction in muscle spasm as well as inflammation. Also, it's going to promote flexibility of the joints because once you remove the inflammation, you're going to be able to move a lot better when you're not in pain and you don't have inflammation around the joint, restricting your motion. Okay, also it promotes full body healing because the spine is an extension of the brain and it will heal throughout the body because it innervates every single organ, every single tissue of the body. So it promotes full body healing as well. It also stabilizes and aligns your spine. So, you know, you want a spine that's functioning 100%. You want all of the impulses going to the correct muscles at the correct speed and frequency. And, you know, so chiropractic enables that to happen as well. Also, another good thing is that it boosts your immune system. The body is extremely sensitive to the adjustment when a dynamic thrust or a spinal manipulation, which I will of course explain, is delivered to the body. It stimulates everything, including the immune system, which is located in the upper thoracic spine.
So that's actually kind of amazing to understand that it helps boost your immune system. And
Yes.
that's a really big benefit for everybody listening today.
Yes, especially in this day and age, you know, and especially during this time. The immune system is located, like I said, in the upper thoracic. T2 to T6 is where it resides. So when you adjust someone, if they need it there, if you discover a misalignment in that area, you adjust there and it gives it just a breath of fresh air to the immune system and it makes it kick in really well.
That's a really amazing fact to know, which I'm sure a lot of people listening today do not understand that.
Yes, yes. So I'm going to explain how we achieve those benefits, okay? Chiropractic is divided into 3 areas, really. It's a science, an art, and a philosophy, okay? We'll start with the boring part, which is the science part. Okay. The science is based on years of evidence-based clinical trials and outcomes, which support the efficacy of the treatment, rendering the desired results. Okay, so there's a lot of studies that have been done. Chiropractic's been around for a lot of years. So there's been a lot of studies that have shown chiropractic to be of benefit for your health. The spine, as I said, is an extension of your brain. The brain executes orders, okay, using the senses. The brain uses the eyes, the brain uses the ears, and then it uses its cognitive function to send an order to the spinal cord. That order is then carried out by the spinal cord to the nerve roots that are exiting the spinal cord at each vertebral level of the spine. Then what happens is the nerve from the nerve root, which there are 2, motor and sensory, executes the command from the brain. So that's a normal pattern of what's supposed to happen. It's all very synchronized and a lot of other things are happening at the same time, but basically the electrical system runs that way, okay? The nervous system, of course, will control all the organs, as well as all the tissues of the body, all the joints, everything, okay? So basically, you want that synchronization to be flowing smoothly, okay? You don't want any interruption. So the nerve root, which comes out of the spinal cord, okay, interference can block signals from the brain, thereby causing a malfunction of that highly synchronized pattern, as I said. There's 2 types of nerves, the motor and the sensory. Motor controls the muscles of the body, and the muscles control the skeleton of the body for movement. The sensory nerves, those ones that perceive pain, hot and cold, as well as the orientation of the body in the space you occupy. Where is your body? it gives you the knowledge, the sensory nerves, because it's sensing the outside space. So it gives you an orientation so you're not falling all over the place. So they're very important, the sensory nerves, as well as the motor, and they work in concert, okay? Okay, so these two nerves make up the nerve root, and they can become compromised, thereby causing pressure on the nerve root itself. Can affect the motor or the sensory. If the nerve root is compromised by a subluxation, meaning a bone out of place, a vertebrae that's not in line with the rest of the spine, which is palpated by a chiropractor to determine by movement, or a disc herniation. Think of all those organs and tissues carefully synchronized by the brain and spinal cord, having been interfered with the body's plan, and sometimes can have devastating effects on function.
So how does somebody know that something's out of place?
Okay, usually it's a, usually you can get pain. You know, when you move, you're like, oh, you know, something hurts in my back, or you can't move the way you normally do. When you turn your head, you feel pain, and then restriction.
Tight and rigid and things like that as well.
Yeah. You basically, it's pain and, you know, loss of function and movement that can signal that you need the chiropractic adjustment.
And some people may not associate that with chiropractic care. They may just think, oh, I'm just on the computer too long and it'll go away eventually. Maybe I just ice it, but that's totally not the case apparently, right?
No, that's not the case. You definitely need the chiropractor. You need someone from the outside, a chiropractor, to manipulate those bones back into place, so that the electrical system, as I said before, can function in its intricate, you know, synchronization process going on there.
One of the things you said earlier, really, if you guys want to take a really quick step back, is about inflammation. Sure. You talked a lot about inflammation and how chiropractic care sort of helps inflammation to heal. I just want to touch upon that a little bit more, because today's summit is really about learning how to heal, about alternative care. How does chiropractic care actually help with inflammation? Because I think that's another amazing point.
That's a very good question. Okay, what happens is the inflammation and the muscle spasm is there. It's the body's protective mechanism. It sends fluid and it spasms the muscles when there's a problem in the spine in an attempt to protect that area and, you know, not let you move it the way you want to move it and re-injure it further. So once you correct that subluxation and movement is restored, that inflammation will disappear. So basically, there's other ways too. You can put ice on it. That'll help the process. But once you take care of the problem that brought the inflammation there in the first place, the inflammation should slowly dissipate. Getting blood to the area through massage and other means that the chiropractor can do also will speed the decrease in inflammation, because blood removes inflammation scientifically, and the more blood you get to the area, the more inflammation is going to be removed.
So it's really about getting to the root cause of the problem.
Yes.
Which we have to understand.
Yes, it's by correcting the subluxation, the pressure on the nerve root caused by the subluxation or disc herniation that is causing the inflammation. Inflammation and muscle spasm are actually secondary to the main problem, which is the nerve root interference. You know, there can, of course, be an injury itself to the muscle, either through trauma or sports or, you know, things like that. And, you know, that's a different course of treatment, you know, for healing of the muscle. But the subluxation correction does amazing things to, encourage blood, decrease inflammation. So they're really associated with the problem.
Yeah, I think that's an amazing benefit for people to really understand.
Yes.
Thank you for explaining that.
Yep. So, okay. So the science of chiropractic through the dynamic thrust, spinal manipulation or adjustment, which are all the same thing, okay? People call it cracking. It's known in our world as the dynamic thrust or spinal manipulation or adjustment, okay?
A lot of people think that it can be kind of complicated or maybe not safe. So, but how does that really help us though? I mean, are these adjustments really safe? The manipulations, are they actually safe? Because I think
yes, the manipulations, if performed by a licensed chiropractor, with a lot of clinical experience, a lot of years in practice helps,
Of course.
It's safe. Yes, it's safe. There's certain instances where it's contraindicated, and the chiropractor should know that through their initial exam and or MRIs or x-rays. If there is a disc herniation present, you should not be adjusted or manipulated. You should be tractioned. And tractioning will allow the bones to separate without any danger. And that separation will cause a vacuum in between those two bones. And the vacuum will allow the disc material to go back a little bit into the capsule. I mean, we're talking millimeters here. So no spinal manipulation for disc herniations. That's my philosophy, which is going to be the last part of chiropractic that we discuss.
Yeah, because I think a lot of people have that concern. I'm not going to go see a chiropractor because I don't know if it's safe. I'm concerned about what manipulation means or cracking means. So I think it's great that you're sort of explaining to our listeners today how that actually works.
Yes, you have to, a chiropractor, you can't, just go wantonly adjusting all over the place. You have to do a comprehensive examination, a definitive diagnosis based upon your clinical findings, like any other doctor. And also your, orthopedic testing, your MRIs, your x-rays, EMGs, things like that. So you have to make the determination.
So it's a very comprehensive review before you start anything with any patient, obviously.
Yes, it's a comprehensive review. The safety of the patient is number one.
Great.
Yeah. So, okay. So, we're all talking about correcting the interference by the bone, either out of alignment, out of place, not in the same line as the bone above or the bone below. And the chiropractor can check that through palpation, which is actually pressing on the spine itself and moving the spine and seeing that that particular vertebrae or vertebra is not moving in synchronization with the rest of the spine. So that's where your subluxation is located. So that's what the chiropractor is going to correct, because that is interfering with the nerve root, and we know what happens with that. The muscles don't function properly, even the organs can't function properly if that's the reason why they're not functioning properly,
So it all goes hand in hand.
It all goes hand in hand. Yes, it does. It's a natural way of healing. So we're kind of working with the body rather than with drugs and things like that to, make things happen. We want the body to heal itself. That's what we
Exactly.
Yeah. So we want to increase strength. We want to increase function. The art of chiropractic, which we're done with the science portion, but the art of chiropractic just defines the particular chiropractor, how they will use their technique. A lot of chiropractors have different techniques, and they develop these techniques through experience. They work with patients, they see a lot of outcomes in their own clinic, and they develop a technique that works best for the patients. I happen to believe in soft tissue manipulation through massage by me. Traction for disc herniations and osseous adjustment, moving the bone chiropractically. So that's the way my art is. But other chiropractors have other ideas and other arts, and that's their technique, and it's worked for them. And that's the art of chiropractic, is the technique. Okay, the last part of chiropractic, which is the most interesting part of chiropractic, I think
all of this is interesting, actually.
Yeah, the most interesting. So we did science, art. Art is pretty simple, but the last portion of philosophy of chiropractic is very intriguing. Okay, it's interesting. Chiropractics in patients who have experienced restored function and decreased pain based upon the science and art of chiropractic believe that the body can heal itself. With careful manipulation or traction, the nerve interference can be corrected and resolved by the chiropractic manipulation. So that's, correct your alignment and impediments to the brain, spinal cord, and nerve flow. Okay, we went over that. The brain makes the demands, the spinal cord executes, sends the message to the nerve roots, which are sensory and motor, which both innervate each muscle in each tissue and each organ of the body. Okay, so we want to get rid of that impediment, whether it be a bone out of place or a disc herniation. okay, they will experience the beauty of chiropractic, those people. You know, the people that have, you know, had their spinal cord and nerve flow restored, they really experience the beauty of chiropractic. And requiring no drugs, just the natural self, healing the body.
So they're allowing their body to really heal themselves in combination with working with the chiropractor.
Yes, the chiropractor is only guiding the body. You know,
Right.
it's making sure that there's no impediments to that flow of information from the eyes and ears to the brain,
Right.
you know, commanding the spinal cord to perform. And this is all happens in split seconds, you know, and there's millions of maneuvers that are going on. So we want to make sure that everything is running in the electrical system the way it's supposed to be. And then you'll see, you'll have restored function, your health, everything will benefit from that. So basically that's really what the chiropractors do, you know.
And there's so many things that are prevalent today, like diabetes and inflammation and chronic bowel disease and Alzheimer's and Parkinson's and so many different areas. And I think chiropractic care can really touch upon each of these areas and helping the body to at least somewhat heal, right?
Yes, absolutely. I'm not saying that, you know, other things aren't necessary. You know, there could be a drug intervention that's
Sure,
necessary.
of course,
You know,
combination with that, absolutely.
but you know, if a problem is caused, and I always tell my patients this, if a problem is caused by a disruption in the electrical system, which falls in the, you know, chiropractic realm, then chiropractic will cure that problem. Okay,
Sure.
so I'm not saying that it's going to cure, you know, diabetes or high blood pressure or anything like that. But if it happens to be something in the electrical system that's causing it and we correct it, yes, we can.
You'll see a difference,
You'll see a
absolutely.
difference. Yes, absolutely. And also, you know, the chiropractor should be giving the patient advice on exercise, weight control, you know, nutrition and things like that, you know, to also help the body help itself.
Absolutely.
So,
And that's
yeah.
what today's summit is all about, using a very integrated approach to healing through diet, fitness, exercise, and chiropractic care, and a ton of other things. We're really trying to keep people healthy in combination with, of course, seeing your regular doctor. And if you do
Yes.
require medication, obviously keep on that regime, of course, as well.
Yes, absolutely. And also, you know, the benefits of chiropractic can be shown. It's the holistic way to foment this life force. It's for your life force, really, the electrical system. Everyone has a force inside them that's making them alive. And chiropractors believe it's the life force. So we want everything, like I said, from the brain, spinal cord, and nerves, which controls your life force, you know, function, cognition, everything. We want that to flow freely. So if you visit your chiropractor, you may see a good difference.
Absolutely. Do you
Yeah.
see different patients? What kind of patients come to visit with what kind of issues?
A lot of musculoskeletal issues, mostly. You know, patients that are having trouble moving, walking, you know, any type of you know, function, musculoskeletally. You know, and then other things happen. You know, I'll treat them for their musculoskeletal condition, and some other condition will resolve. And they'll say, "Hey, doc, you know, I don't have headaches anymore, and I don't have, you know, you know, shortness of breath anymore, and I haven't been getting sick lately, and I haven't, my pediatric practice, I adjust children."
Oh, wow, that's amazing.
Yes,
So
I have a small pediatric practice as well, and children are amazing because they respond so well to chiropractic.
of course,
You know,
they
of course,
probably
it's a
feel quicker as well, children.
yes, they heal quicker. Less, you know, less children have to have those tubes put in their ears. You know, the infection rate goes way down for children. And it's a good thing. It's a natural way, you know, to heal. So I
Right.
highly recommend it. You know.
And you have a practice where let everybody know that they can want to visit you.
Okay, certainly. I have been in New Hyde Park. I've been a chiropractor for over 20 years. My office is on Jericho Turnpike in New Hyde Park. It's 414 Jericho Turnpike in New Hyde Park. I have a website, www.dralorusso.com.
Great. So
Yeah.
everybody listening today, if you had to sum it up in like 3 sentences, what are the biggest tips you want to give our listeners today about chiropractic care?
Okay. What I would say is don't ignore any symptoms that you have. Come and see the chiropractor if you are in pain or you have any loss of function, movement, anything like that. The chiropractor sometimes is the gateway also to other specialties as well. If you come for an examination by a chiropractor, a lot of times the chiropractor, I know I do, will refer you out to another specialty, whether it be neurology, orthopedic, pain management. So we're really the gateway. And we also are the gateway for people that have tried everything else. I have a lot of patients who had back surgery and now they're having pain again because there's so much scar tissue that is formed, throughout the months and years that is causing the pain. So that's what I would say, it's good for all of those things.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. LaRusso. We are so happy you came and visited us today and gave us this rundown of chiropractic care. I know this is one of the areas that a lot of people get a lot of misinformation about, but it's so important to really understand how it can benefit your overall health and wellness and how it's really integrated into your overall care.
Yes, exactly. Very important care. And I have chiropractic patients in their 90s too. They've been coming to the chiropractor for a very long time and their life force is doing just fine.
And they're doing good. So nothing to be scared of for chiropractic care. I think it's important to understand that as well.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Now, one of the things before I let you go, you spoke a little bit about the, I guess, the life force in our bodies, which is kind of interesting to understand because you spoke a lot about the electrical fields and the nervous system and how it's all connected. And a lot of things we face today is electrical, but we don't really understand that. Can you just dwell a little bit about that?
Okay, well, I'm comparing it to electricity because, electricity flows from a main source and then it goes through several wires and then it turns on the light, let's say, something like that. So in this case, the brain is acting as the command center, taking in, all of the information from the senses, like your eye, the brain's eyes, ears, mouth, anything, smell, all of those senses. And the brain makes a snap cognitive decision, like maybe a condenser or something in the electrical field would do, and then reroutes everything to where it's supposed to go. So it goes into the spinal cord, that demand, and it's actually firing. It's kind of electrical in a way because they're called synapses. That's where nerves meet each other. So one nerve will fire and the other will fire a signal to the following nerve through a synapse, it's called. So it is kind of like an electrical, connection. That's why I compare it to electricity, but it's not really electricity, but I'm just comparing it to that. It's actually, something like it, but not exactly.
Got it.
But,
yeah, I think it's important to understand that we have this energy in our bodies that we can sort of tap into to use to actually make our bodies heal.
Yes, there is an energy in your body. Everyone that's alive has an energy in their body.
And we can absolutely use that to our advantage.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Great.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you so much. We appreciate you joining us today at this summit. We've learned so much value from you today, so we appreciate your talk. Any last thoughts or advice for our listeners today?
Well, anybody has any questions, just wants to stop in or visit my website and talk to me, to further explain what I've talked about, I'd be happy to take your call.
Perfect. Thank you, Dr. LaRusso. We appreciate your time today and explaining all this to us. It was really valuable. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. I hope you guys are enjoying the great summit we have and all of our speakers. Our next guest, I'm so happy to announce and introduce Seema Sarup, the owner and founder of Shiv Kala Dance Group. Seema has an extraordinary story to tell us about her health and wellness and how it's really motivated and inspired her to really do some great things and dance and even start her own swimming swimsuit line. I cannot wait to hear your story, Seema. Welcome aboard. Thank you for joining us on this summit, and I can't wait for you to share your unique experience with us. Hi.
Hi, thank you for having me. It's such an honor to be able to talk about my journey and be able to share that with others and hopefully to inspire others one day, to keep it going and just be themselves and get to where they want to be.
Yeah, and that's what this summit is all about. If all of our speakers really have their own story to tell about how their unique health challenges have really brought them here today and driven them to do some great things in life and really make some positive changes. So I mean, we have known each other for years. We've even danced together. And I did not know that you've struggled with your health for so long. So I want to hear a little bit about that from our listeners' perspective and see how you've really used that to really turn things around for yourself.
Yeah, so I was diagnosed with thyroid cancer, and actually, I didn't realize that I had thyroid cancer. I was always very skinny and very active and very driven. So I was very career focused, and I wanted to climb that career ladder a lot. But then I've noticed like throughout the months that my weight has been dropping, and I just started becoming so tired. I had just got married, and I just started working for a new company. And as an accountant, I had really long hours. So I'm thinking that it was the long hours that was causing me to be so exhausted all the time. But then a red flag was when I dropped literally 10 to 15 pounds in 1 month. And then when I went to the doctor, I realized that I had like a tumor on my thyroid, and they had sent me to get like a biopsy and an ultrasound, and I was really ignorant about it because I had just started working in this company. I didn't want to take any days off, so I kind of bypassed it. I ignored it. But then over the months I started to get more and more sick, and really bad heart palpitations and stuff like that. When I took myself to the doctor, I had realized that the tumor had already spread to the other side. And by the time I went into surgery, the doctor was telling me that it was 0.5 millimeters away from my lymph nodes, that if I had waited one more month, that I would have it would have spread throughout my whole body. So in that case, I was very ignorant about it. I guess I was very ignorant about my health because I didn't want to accept that I was sick. Like I didn't want to accept that something was wrong with me. And I think what the main thing was, I was scared that it would halter my life and halter my career and me getting to that next level. But after the surgery was done, I was just so exhausted all the time. I had no energy. My hormone levels were all over the place. I was very moody. It really took a toll on my life. It took a toll on my career. It took a toll on my dance career because I've danced practically all my life. And I went from being this high energetic dancer to someone that can't even get out of bed in the morning. And it really took a toll on my relationship too. As a person that had just got married, I just shut down all the time. I was very moody, so it caused my husband and I to fight a lot. So it put a strain on my family. But over the years, I've learned to kind of control those emotions, and I've kind of had that mentality in my head that if I'm sick, I can't move up in my career. I can't have like this great family that I want. I can't be where I want to be. So I've learned to kind of use that anger that I had from being sick and use to kind of channel it into things that I love the most, and try to build myself that way. So I started slowly building back myself with dancing, taking workshops. I started doing hobbies, like I entered myself into beauty pageants to make myself feel beautiful. When I get all dressed up and I compete on stage, I really feel beautiful, and that really helped to raise my confidence. I also started to push myself a little bit more, whether I was tired or not. I kept going, and that's how I changed my life. And as I started doing that, I realized there's more and more things that I want out of life, and more things that I want to do. So I just kept doing, and I try to inspire others along the way.
So, one of the things that you mentioned is that you didn't want to accept that you were sick and you were sort of even embarrassed by that. And I think a lot of people listening today sort of feel the same way. How do we get over that? How do we actually overcome that challenge of not accepting what's happening to us? I mean, how did you do it?
I honestly thought about my life in general. Like I thought about where I want to be in the future and what's my end goals. And I think that's what gave me the strength to come into acceptance, because I started to think that if I don't get better, I can't do the things that I want to do in life. I can't reach those goals that I wanted to reach. And I wanted to be better for myself, but I more wanted to be better for my family. I didn't want them to see me going through something horrible. I want them to to walk with me on this journey. And I think that's what gave me the strength, is to the end result, thinking about where I wanted to be in the future and how I'm going to get there. And if I'm sick, I'm not going to be able to get there. So I had to pull myself together really quickly to create that mindset to get there.
Right. And a lot of it has to do, like you said, making sure you foresee the future in a positive mindset, really
The mindset,
changing
I
how your
think.
behaviors are. Yeah,
I
mindset
really
makes a
believe
whole
that.
lot of difference.
Right. I believe if you put your mind and your heart into wanting a different life and wanting to become that better person, or that better version of yourself, you will be able to do it, because you just have to make up your mind at the end of the day that this is what I want and this is what I'm going to do.
Right. And you've been a dancer for most of your life, and you kept dancing as well. Do you feel like that really helped you to overcome some of the challenges that you're facing with the illness?
Yeah. It really helped me along the way, because dancing was something that I could always shut down. Like, it didn't matter what happened that was going on in my career or in my family or my world. When it came to dancing, it was just my happy place. And what I did was I took something that made me extremely happy, and I kind of bridged it to something that made me extremely sad. And whenever I danced, I pushed myself. And what also helped me was having my students, to be able to share my story and have them see my strength, getting up every day and pushing myself and becoming a better version of myself, and encouraging them to be better too. So that mentorship that I had with my students really helped me pull through also.
So, two things you said really hit home. I mean, one of them is really finding a hobby that makes you happy, something that can really help you to overcome some of the things that you're facing. And think we lost you, Seema?
I'm sorry, Vina.
There
I
we
think
go.
I lost you there for a minute.
We're back. Yeah, and then so the other thing I love what you said about is the mentorship and having that relationship with your students. So it's really about making sure you keep a strong relationship, building that social relationships around you, whether it be family or friends. I guess really having that network of support is really a big factor in helping you to heal mentally, physically, and emotionally, I would say, right?
Yes. They really helped me. And actually now it's what helps me more is using my story to make an impact on others. My dancing had really helped me, but also pageantry. I grew a love for pageantry, and being able to go out there every day and tell my sister queens my journey and what I've been through, and hearing their journey has also helped me. And I believe, like, when you hear what other people go through in life and when you can relate to them in that level, it really helps to boost your self-esteem. It really helps to have that, to know that that someone's there going through some, or understand what you're going through practically. And that really helps, believe it or not.
Right, like really talking to other people, really having that relationship. And like you said, I mean, you've been the inspiration to other people, talking and learning and accepting. And accepting is one of the first steps, and you really achieved that. And after that, everything seems to have fallen into place for you, which is great. So I'm so happy to hear that. And you really are a motivator and inspiration to everybody. So thank you for doing that for everybody.
Thank you.
So you mentioned pageants. So you enter beauty pageants, which I find to be really interesting, because I know sometimes people get ill or sick, or they face health challenges. They sort of feel self-conscious about things. They lose their ability to want to do things and be out in the social public eye, and not want to be seen because they're sort of embarrassed. And so how did you overcome that? How did you decide that you wanted to be on stage and enter beauty pageants and be in front of the whole public, knowing that you were facing all these issues? Because
Yeah.
that's really inspirational to me. I think that's a great thing that you did.
Yeah, so when I had the surgery, after having my surgery for thyroid cancer, I gained a lot of weight. a lot, like to the point where I was very self-conscious about myself. I hated the way I look. I hated to look at myself in the mirror, and I just felt like I wasn't pretty at all. And my friend, she said, you know, you're very beautiful. Like, why don't you just try entering a beauty pageant and just take a shot at it? And I was like, That's really coming out of my comfort zone." But I owe it to myself to do it because what do I have to lose? And not to mention, you know, getting dressed up in a pretty dress, who won't feel beautiful? So I told myself, you know what, I'm going to take a risk and I'm going to compete. You know, whether I have a good experience or not, you have to try something new all the time. So I said, I'm going to do it. I made up my mind and I was like, I'm going to enter this pageant. I'm going to do the best that I can do and I'm not going to look back. And believe it or not, when I got really dressed up in my gown and I walked on stage and I did my best and I answered the questions to my best of my ability, I ended up winning like the top title for that pageant that I won.
Oh, wow, really?
Yeah, and
Congratulations.
that was such a confidence boost for me because I told myself, like, look at everything that I was going through and the weight gain and stuff like that. And in that one particular moment, I felt so beautiful and I gave it my all feeling that beautiful on stage. And look, I end up winning the top title. And it encouraged me to keep going. And I just kept competing. And I didn't win every pageant and I didn't place in every pageant, but the sisterhood and the way like I felt on stage really gave me the confidence to keep going. So I always encourage others to put yourself in that zone where you're uncomfortable and make yourself comfortable. You know, you have to make yourself comfortable and you have
That's
to push
interesting.
yourself.
Yeah, whether you feel uncomfortable or not, you really have to make yourself feel comfortable. And it's amazing how you decided to sort of forget about what you were going through in your own struggles, but yet try to help others during that time.
And I want others to feel the way I feel. So my goal in the future is to really open my own pageant system one day and gear it to help other women who was going through similarly what I was going through. I mean, they not necessarily what I went through, but any sort of sickness to really get there, I get from where I was to where I am now. And I really want to inspire others to do that through my pageant system.
So, one of the things that we talked about is how you felt when you became ill. You felt you gained the weight, you felt that you weren't pretty anymore. And what I find sometimes in society today that we live in, a lot of young people listening today, they open a magazine, they watch a show, they see these tall, beautiful women with like thin bodies and, maybe themselves, they have their own flaws. How do you think that really affects the psychological and social standing and well-being? Because I think it has a huge impact on how we are in our health and wellness, watching how people are on TV and magazines and things like that. I mean, health and beauty sort of go hand in hand, and I think it really kind of affects a lot of young people today, right?
Yeah, I agree. I feel like media has such a big influence on people perceive them, how people perceive that what they should be. But if you really look beyond that, you would see that there's a lot of curvy models. There's a lot of people coming out there with all different types of, not skinny, but just different body types and stuff
That's
like that.
unique.
And
Yes.
yeah, that is unique. And I think that we need to, as an individual, look beyond that stereotype
Right.
and see what else is out there, because there's a lot of people or organizations out there that are promoting um, all different body types out there. So, and everyone has a story. Everyone has a different body type. And I think that the main thing is that whether you're curvy or you're skinny, it's how you project yourself and how you feel. Because if you feel positive about yourself and you're a size 12 model or you're a size 2 model, it's what you project out there. It's your positive energy. And you have to tell the world what your worth is, not the other way around.
Right. That's so true. Very inspirational. I'm looking at your Zoom thing and it says Miss New Jersey. So did you win the Miss New Jersey title?
I was Miss New Jersey All-Star United States recently.
Oh,
Yeah.
awesome.
I just competed in nationals in August of this year.
This story is so inspirational to me because it shows me and tells me and everybody listening that Once you really put your mind to what you want to achieve and what you foresee in the future, anything is possible and anything can be achievable. So you've really shown that to us today.
Yes. And I decided to like use my illness and use my experience to really inspire others in all different types of ways, like through pageantry. I also recently obtained my doctoral degree in leadership, to use that degree to inspire others like who was going through similarly to what I'm going through, or any sort of illness, to push themselves to go back to school, to obtain that degree, to, you know, not settle in life. I also want to, I'm going to be opening my own swimwear line because I want others to feel beautiful in something that may not make people feel beautiful. I remember that when I was competing for pageants and we had a swimwear competition, it didn't matter what swimwear I wore. For some reason, I just didn't feel beautiful inside because I felt with all the weight gain, I just didn't feel beautiful. So my goal was to try to create a swimwear line where I can help women feel beautiful with the simplest things that they wear. So I think it's all about the message that you project out to others. And if you can show others that, yeah, you can do it with a positive mindset, and you can keep going, and you can keep working hard, it all lies in you and no one else.
Right. So true. You have the power within yourself to really heal physically, mentally, and emotionally. And that's what today's summit is all about, learning how to use the tools and resources that you have within yourself to really heal yourself and feel better and achieve all your goals. So thank you, Seema, so much. So your line, that's so interesting. Is it available for everybody to purchase now? Tell us a little bit more about your swimsuit line.
Yeah, not yet. We haven't launched yet. We're still in the whole production phase, but it will be available towards the end of the year, beginning of next year. Yes.
Well, you definitely have to keep us posted and updated on that, because I'm sure everybody listening here today would want to purchase something and check it out. So thank you so much. Any lasting thoughts or advice for people listening today? I mean, your story is so motivational and inspirational.
I just would like to tell the viewers today that, bad things happen to good people, but we are responsible for the overall end result of how our life turns out to be. And use that bad to turn it into a good, and always stay positive along the way, because we are responsible for being our personal best. And inspire others out there to use your stories to inspire others out there, because a simple word can really change someone else's life, or a small gesture can really have a bigger impact in someone. So don't lose hope. Keep your faith in God, keep your faith in yourself, keep your faith in others, because they will be the support system that you will need in the future. And just keep your head high and keep it going, because you can change your life around.
I love it. Thank you so much, Seema. I love it. And we always say that use your own positive experiences, whether it's good or bad, the challenges that you have, to help uplift others. You have the ability to uplift others, which is what you have done today for us. You've uplifted all of our viewers here today. Thank you, Seema, so much for being here today and sharing your story. You are amazing. You are motivational, inspirational. We really admire you. Thank you.
Thank you very much for having me. It was such an honor.
Absolutely, and I'm sure we'll see you soon again. We can't wait to see your new swimsuit line too, so keep us posted.
Sounds good.
Thanks, Seema.
Stay safe, everyone.
What's up, everybody? Ali from the No Diet here. We are coming to you from our kitchen today, and we're going to be making a turkey sausage poached egg on a chaffle. That's right, everybody. I said chaffle, not waffle. It is the most delicious thing in the world, and it is super healthy. So to make everything, what you will need is some avocado oil. We like to use Frank's Red Hot. We use cheddar and Gouda shredded cheese, some dried chives, some fully cooked turkey sausage. We're going to chop up some onions and 2 eggs. So the first thing we're going to do is start making our chaffle. So I already separated an egg white out of one of the eggs, and I put half a cup of the cheese of your choice. We like to use cheddar and Gouda. So I'll just dump that in. Put that aside. Grab your fork. Whisk it up pretty good. Make sure all the cheese is nice and wet with all the egg in there. This recipe will make 2 chaffles, but we're only going to use 1 for this video. Once it looks like this, what we normally like to do is put in some hot sauce. So we use Frank's Red Hot. Put that stuff on everything. You can put as much as you like. We like it hot. And we put some chives in. Again, as much as you like. We like to use a lot. Mix that all in there. And you're ready. So to make our chaffle, we use this 4-inch Mrs. Dash chaffle maker. It's a single serve. It works really well. Just plug it in. It's easy to use. Once things all warmed up, the light will turn off, and then we'll spray some avocado oil on it. This thing was only 10 bucks at Target, so we highly recommend getting it. Okay, looks like the light turned off, so we're ready to go here. So we'll give a couple of sprays on the bottom, a couple of sprays on the top. And take your mixture, just give it a quick whisk one more time to make sure it's all together. And then take about half your mixture and put it in. It's usually about 2 scoops. I put a little bit more sometimes just for good measure. Spread it out nice and evenly. You'll already see it start to cook a little bit. Close the chaffle maker and set a timer for 3.5 minutes. Okay, that's been 3.5 minutes now. Let's take a look at it, see how it looks. Ah, that looks delicious. So you can cook this a little longer if you want to make it even crispier, but this keeps cooking. Even though it looks a little soft right now, it's once it stays on the plate, it stays nice and crispy. If you look at that, you kind of see at the edges here. It focuses. No focus. Well, it'll get nice and crispy. So we're going to start the stove up to a medium heat in a small pan. Put in a little bit of olive oil in there just to keep it from sticking. Okay, so the oil is hot. Just coat the pan a little bit. You know, we don't use a whole lot of oil, so it doesn't really coat the pan that well, but that's okay. Throw our chopped onions right in. Only we use about half of what we needed because we don't need that many onions for this project. So you brown your onions for about 2 to 3 minutes. Don't forget to stir them occasionally. Alright, and just as your onions are starting to turn a little bit brown, you want to add a half a cup of your turkey sausage. Just mix and brown some more. This sausage actually comes fully cooked, so you don't have to cook it too much. Just gotta warm everything up so it's nice and hot, ready for you to eat. Okay, now that the sausage and onions are pretty much done, I actually had already started boiling our water for our poached egg. Okay, now that I have the water boiling at a medium to medium high temperature on the stove, first I'm going to take our little silicone egg poacher carrier, give a couple sprays of avocado oil in there. Whoop, I'm running low. Maybe just to get it coated. There we go. And just wipe it around just to make sure nothing sticks. There we go, nice and simple. Take your egg, crack it open, just make sure to separate the yolk from the egg whites. Be very careful so the yolk stays nice and solid, so you have a nice poached runny egg. Okay, and once you have it all in there, just drop your yolk right in the center. Just hands real quickly. Once it looks like that, just drop it right in. It'll sit in there, and let that sit there for about 3.5 minutes. We actually like to do it a little bit light, so we do it for about 3 minutes. Close your lid and watch it cook. While you wait for your eggs to poach, you can put your sausage and onion mixture on top of the chaffle. And very, very carefully place your poached egg on top of your chaffle. Sprinkle some salt and pepper on it. We like to add a little bit more hot sauce on top. And garnish with a little bit more chives. And there you go. There's your finished product. Let's see it explode. Oh yeah. Delicious. Come here, Rena. How is it? Rena has her mouth full right now, but
So delicious.
now I gotta have a bite. Mmm. Excellent. Who doesn't love runny eggs? With hot sauce, cheese, you know, waffle. Mmm. Excellent. Just another recipe from the No Diet. Enjoy, everybody.
Welcome. I'm so happy to have with us today Sonia Bhatia, Certified Integrative Nutrition Health Coach. Sonia, we are so happy you've joined us here today. I know you have some valuable information to share with us about nutrition. This Health Summit is all about keeping people healthy, especially learning about how food can really help them, how it can become their medicine. So we would love to hear what you have to share with us today. Welcome aboard, Sonia. Thank you again for joining us.
Thank you, Jennifer. It's good to see you. And thank you so much for putting this initiative together as well as having me. I am so excited and I hope I can bring something to the table tonight and talk to all of our listeners. So thank you again.
So, Sonia, I know you have a very unique perspective to bring to the table. You yourself have struggled with some health issues over the years, which is sort of what brought you to this Health Summit and how you became so, into it with this health issues and understanding nutrition and how it really works in your body. I really want to hear a little bit about your own self. Tell us your experience and how you became so involved with health and nutrition.
Okay, so my story, several years ago, I think it was about 7 years ago, 2014 or so, I went through a phase where I was having episodes of pain, and they were basically excruciating pain that would start like in my stomach and then would move to the back. And initially I would have 1 episode a week, and then I started having 2 or 3 episodes. And they mostly happened in the evening after dinner. They were very excruciating, very short, just a few minutes, but nothing would help. No medication would help. I would just have to bear it. So after like several weeks of going through that pain and then having an episode when I was all by myself at home and I passed out, I ended up going to the doctor. Long story short, I was diagnosed with gallbladder stones. So the interesting thing was that I was diagnosed on a Tuesday, and I was literally told by my doctor that I had to have surgery on that following Saturday. I came home I am not for hospitals, doctors, needles, blood, none of that. I'm petrified of all of that. So the idea of a surgery was so daunting. I didn't know anything about gallbladder stones. So I sat down and, thanks to the internet and Google and all of that. So for a couple of days, all I did was researched gallbladder stones, the causes, the symptoms, treatment, whatever I could find. I did not tell my family about it because I knew they would make sure that I have the surgery, but I didn't. And I started to make a few changes in my diet just to see what happens, things that I learned and read. Taking out certain processed foods. So processed foods, as in anything that came in a box, that you add water to boil and the meal's ready, butter and certain fats. And I just started removing those things. And over a period of time, just a couple of weeks, I noticed I stopped having those episodes. And fast forward, I actually never went back to the doctor. I stopped having that pain, and today we're in 2020, almost the end of 2020, so almost close to 7 years. I still have my gallbladder. I don't have any stones, no pain, none of that. So at that point, when it started just going away, I realized, the power of food, the diet. What did I do? I didn't do anything other than change my food habits. What I was eating, what I was not eating, exercise, no medications. And that's when I realized that, just eating what we do and monitoring what we eat is so healing. I mean, I would have gone and had surgery and I would either have the stones removed or I would have had my gallbladder removed, but it just all went away. And that's when I realized that that was something that I was able to do for myself, but how many people are out there that do not do that or do not understand that they can do that. So they end up going for surgeries or having medication. So that was my little, what you could call my aha moment. I was in the corporate world like everyone else. You go to your 9-to-5 job, you do that. I loved my job, but this was so overwhelming, just the power of this, that I ended up going to school for a year. I went to New York to school to study diet and nutrition, health and wellness. A year later, I graduated with my certification in health coaching, and 6 months later, I started my practice. So for now 4 years, I was out of the corporate world and just basically health coaching, helping people the same way I help myself. So food to me is very powerful, and to me, food is medicine. So that is how my health journey started.
One of the things I think is so amazing that you said is that you actually did not have surgery. You did not take any medications, right?
Nope, nothing. I just changed my food habits. I thought I was eating healthy at that point, right? We all think we're eating healthy, but I did not have that much knowledge. I used to read things, I used to hear internet was God, right? Everything internet said was true.
Yes, a lot of people
do that. So, as long as I ate some healthy food, I was good. But then I realized, how did I get gallbladder stones? I didn't know what they were. I'd heard about kidney stones, but not gallbladder stones. And believe it or not, I have had not one episode since. And the greatest thing about it is while my gallbladder stones healed, I used to have a lot of digestive issues also, between gas and bloating and skin issues and hair issues, acid reflux, all of that. All of that started improving. All of those changes, my sleep, my energy levels, everything changed. And the only thing I can attribute that to is my diet. I changed what I ate. And that's what changed how I felt inside and out.
So food really can be your medicine once you let it be.
I'm sorry?
Food really can be your medicine once you let it be.
Absolutely. And I think once we get into it, and I guess we're going to talk about some of this today, but there's so much healing in the right kind of food. Of course, Western medication has its place. I have a lot of respect for it. From my own family background, my husband is a cancer survivor. My father died very young due to complications from undiagnosed diabetes. And I wish at that time when my father was sick or my husband was sick that I had even half the knowledge I have today of diet and nutrition to help them, but I didn't. And when I saw this work for me, I realized that maybe this is something I can do to help a lot of people out there that probably just don't know that food could be medicine. It's literally what heals you from inside.
So that brings up a really good point to the next segment about education. We're all about educating our listeners today. One of the things I think is really prevalent and that we hear a lot about that we don't know enough about is autoimmune diseases. So this comes up a lot in society. We hear so many different reports. We have misinformation about it. What exactly is an autoimmune disease and how does it affect our bodies?
So, you know, now just from this last several years, our country in the US, we're in the throes of autoimmune disease. You know, there was a time that we never heard any of it, and now we hear autoimmune all over the place. So simply said, for, you know, in very simple words, autoimmune disease is basically a condition when your immune system basically mistakenly starts to attack your own body. So we all have an immune system, which basically guards against germs, such as any kind of bacteria or viruses. So when it detects that there is some sort of foreign invader in our body, it sends out, you could say, a little army of fighter cells that go and attack this virus or bacteria. So in a normal, healthy body, an immune system knows the difference between the foreign cells, as you know, and your own cells. But in a situation where there is autoimmunity, the immune system mistakes your own cells, your own healthy cells, which could be your joints, your skin, as foreign invaders, and it starts to attack those healthy cells. So that's what basically an autoimmune disease would be. Sometimes it'll attack just a specific organ, other times it attacks the whole body. The cause of autoimmune disease is not known, but medical professionals, doctors believe that it might have something to do with genetics, diet and lifestyle, infections that a body sustains, or even exposure to chemicals from the environment.
Now, there's a long list of autoimmune diseases, right? Like diabetes, and what are some of the things that people should be knowing about autoimmune?
So depending on where you read about this, there's anywhere from 60 to 80 different autoimmune diseases. You named a couple of them, type 1 diabetes.
Yeah, it's a big one. It's very prevalent.
Big one, right? There's psoriasis, there's rheumatoid arthritis, there's you know, lupus, there's the thyroid diseases. You have Graves' disease and you have Hashimoto's. A lot of people have either overactive or inactive thyroid. That's also an autoimmune disease. You know, and there's several others. There's celiac disease. Celiac disease is a big autoimmune disease that is now becoming more prevalent. More people hear about it because we hear about gluten, and we can talk about gluten too. So for autoimmune diseases, there's a lot of different symptoms that people experience. You know, you have achy joints and muscles. You could have a low-grade fever, a rash, you know, swelling and redness, fatigue, people that feel just very, very tired, and some people experience hair loss. So you do go to the doctor and you can be tested for the autoimmune disease. In terms of what you can do, there's no treatment. And there's no cure. I shouldn't say treatment. There's no cure for autoimmune diseases, but the treatment can slow down or control this overactive immune response that the body has, which is really a misfiring immune system. So you can, through medications that the doctor might prescribe to you and along with your diet, actually control the progression of the disease.
So one of the other things we hear a lot about with autoimmune disease is sometimes they say, you mentioned your diet, you mentioned your immune system. What about inflammation? A lot of studies show us that inflammation can sometimes be connected that causes autoimmune disease. Is that actually true?
Yeah, so what exactly is inflammation? So we hear about inflammation a lot. We hear about the anti-inflammatory, you know, when it comes to food, or you're reading anything to do with health and wellness nowadays, you'll hear anti-inflammatory.
Yeah, it's a huge topic that people get a lot of information about, I think, in so many different areas. And it's something so important and prevalent to really understand and see how it helps our bodies or how it affects our bodies, what foods we're eating that can cause inflammation, things like that.
Yeah, so inflammation is really our body's process of fighting against things that harm the body. So it's way of fighting to heal itself against infections, It could be injuries or toxins. So what happens is when the body detects inflammation, it basically releases proteins and antibodies, as well as a extra, blood flow to the damaged area. So in a normal situation, this kind of response from our body, from the immune system, could take a couple of days to heal the damaged area, or maybe a couple of hours. But sometimes what happens is when you have an autoimmune disease, this immune system does not know when to shut off. So after it heals the damaged area, it starts to attack the healthy cells. So that's when you end up having chronic inflammation, which is your body is in constant alert. And that's what you want to avoid. So when we say autoimmune diseases do not have a actual cure, if you want to feel better, right? So there's two things. You want to feel better because you don't want to feel the symptoms of autoimmune diseases. At the same time, you want to reverse the progression of the disease. So one of the things you can do is, and absolutely should do, anybody who has an autoimmune disease should have a diet or a nutrition plan that actually is anti-inflammatory, which that is that it either does not cause inflammation in your body or at least minimizes the inflammation, which is the same for anybody who does not have an autoimmune disease. For instance, if I do not have an autoimmune disease, inflammation still leads to disease. Chronic inflammation is one of the reasons for disease. So you should always work on reducing inflammation. And that's where you get there's food that is actually anti-inflammatory, and there's food that actually causes inflammation. So if you have an autoimmune disease, you should definitely be on an anti-inflammatory diet. There's a specific diet for people on autoimmune diseases that's called autoimmune protocol, which is an AIP diet, and that's what people should. And it's basically the core of that diet is to be on an anti-inflammatory diet.
So the core diet, anti-inflammatory diet, what does it consist of? I'm guessing a lot of fruits and veggies.
So a lot of fruits and vegetables. You want to eat fruits and vegetables that actually provide you the nutrients. You want to stay away from certain, you want to stay away from processed foods, right? So you want to stay away from fatty foods like fried foods. You want to stay away from super added sugary foods. These are all the things that cause inflammation in your body. But you're eating fruits and vegetables, whole grains, nuts and seeds, extra virgin olive oil. These are all anti-inflammatory. Anti-inflammatory food also has omega-3s and omega-6s. So you want—
which we hear a lot about, omega-3s, omega-6s.
Right. So you want fatty fish. You want certain nuts and seeds that have, and somewhere through this, we can talk about really what kind of food everybody should be eating, because everybody should be trying to reduce inflammation in their body.
Whether or not they think they have inflammation, the goal is to try to reduce inflammation overall.
Absolutely. So, there's a lot of research to say that there's really two reasons people get sick or get any diseases, whether it's diabetes or blood pressure or any other than your lifestyle, right? Other than your diet and lifestyle, is either you have it, you are genetically predisposed to it, so your family has it, it's genetically passed on, or the other reason is having inflammation in your body. So if you reduce that inflammation, you can actually heal or manage the disease if you have it, or not get it at all.
Right, that makes a lot of sense.
Mm-hmm.
So we're talking a lot about foods today. So we know our body requires a lot of essential foods and vitamins that can really, like you said, help us heal, help us overcome some of the challenges that we're facing with our illness. What are some of those essential foods and vitamins that we should be looking out for?
So before we talk about foods and what kind of foods, I want to, just because we're talking about autoimmune diseases, I want to point out favorite word for everybody nowadays, gluten.
Yes, gluten is a big one. Gluten is a really big one that's linked to a lot of different diets, linked to a lot of different areas in people's lives where they say maybe it's causing some of the illnesses that they're facing. I know for myself, I've gone gluten-free and I've seen a huge difference, but maybe that's not for everybody, right? Everybody has to understand how their bodies sort of work, right?
So there's been a lot of conversation and there's been a lot of confusion about gluten, right? So people ask these questions because you have to also see that the food industry is very aggressive in their marketing, right? So there's food that you'll see gluten-free, you'll see so much information on gluten. So people ask this question, my clients ask it, I've asked it, medical professionals ask it that, so should everybody avoid gluten? If I don't have any symptoms or any digestive distress, or I've not tested positive for gluten sensitivity, or I haven't tested positive for celiac disease, should I still avoid gluten? So the thing about gluten is, and I want to talk about it in two different categories of people, right? So
really quick before you go on, I just want to ask, you said you can get tested for gluten sensitivity, right? So is that something you go to your doctor and do? Because that's kind of interesting to
yeah,
understand.
so you can't, there's a test for celiac disease. You can be tested to see if you have celiac disease, which is an autoimmune disease, which is you are you are allergic to gluten. There is no test, to my knowledge, that I have read about that is for gluten, to test if you're sensitive to gluten.
Okay.
But you can, through working on a diet where one can do an elimination diet, you could test for gluten sensitivity.
So it's kind of like trial and error almost.
Right. So it's basically going through a process where specific categories of food that cause certain inflammation or have gluten are removed from your diet. And then you start adding them back one at a time over a period of time, and see how the body reacts. And that's how you find you could be sensitive to it, not necessarily allergic to it. Right. So the sneaky thing about gluten is it's a very sneaky thing. Right. So if you decide not to have any gluten, you're not necessarily going to see the benefits of it over a very short period of time or overnight. At the same time, if you are having gluten, you're not going to see something terrible happen to you that, if you don't have celiac disease, right? And what is gluten? Gluten is basically a protein that's found in wheat, barley, and rye. So, and if you're having these three products, you're having gluten. And if you're having products that have these three products in them, you're having gluten. Right, so a lot of condiments, a lot of what we now call junk food, right? They have gluten in them. You have a lot of sauces with gluten in them because they're using wheat, barley, or rye. The thing to remember, though, is when you see products that say gluten-free, you have to be very careful there, because you want to see that when they remove the gluten, what did they put instead of gluten? So they might have tapioca starch or potato starch, which actually might be more inflammatory and more harmful than the gluten itself. So be careful with that. So I would say that
non-gluten-free products can be actually more harmful depending on what the ingredients are. So it's really about making sure you read food labels appropriately.
Absolutely. First thing, if when you talk about diet and nutrition and you understand that, what you're going to eat and what you're not going to eat, the one thing you want to do is learn to read labels. This is every client that I have worked with, second or third session, they learn to read labels. So you learn to read the nutritional label that talks about your carbs, your proteins, and all that wonderful stuff. And then you read the list of ingredients that are very important. That's what you want to read before you look at the front of it and it says, gluten-free or omega-3, and you purchase it. So those are gimmicks. You need to read the back and make sure that it's really healthy and it's really what you want to eat.
Right. And some of the ingredients are so hard to even pronounce. I'm guessing that's an indicator maybe it's not good for your body.
So what I say to people is that if you can't pronounce it, don't eat it.
Right, exactly.
Normally I would say that try to go for products that are 5 ingredients or less.
Oh, that's a good tip. That's very helpful.
So if you notice, if you don't know much about reading labels, right, and you go into the ingredient list and you read wheat and flour and sugar and butter or cream or whatever, and then the 6th, 7th ingredient you cannot pronounce, it's time to put it right back on the shelf because it's probably not food.
Yeah, I 100% agree. That's a great tip.
Yeah, so I would say anybody who's in an autoimmune has an autoimmune disease that we just avoid gluten. Other people you can avoid it just to see how you feel. And if you really have a very healthy diet, right? If you and we'll talk about what foods to eat and not to eat. If you eat a nutrient-dense diet and you remove the things we talked about as processed foods and fried foods and sugary foods, if you start to remove these, you basically will remove gluten anyway. So it's, the minute you start eating a much healthier diet, you will. But I think most people that I have dealt with that have either minimized eating gluten if they don't have any AI disease, but it have avoided gluten. I avoid gluten, and it does good things for you. So, but if you're having gluten and you're not sensitive to it, so I wouldn't go crazy over, like, oh my God, I have to stop this.
Yeah, I mean, I know for myself, just my own experience, after I stopped eating gluten, I definitely felt less bloated, more energetic, less stressed out, things like that. So that's just for me. But like you said, you have to be able to test it and see how it works for your own body.
Yep. So other than you asked me about foods, one more thing I wanted to mention was another big buzzword in the food industry and health and wellness is prebiotics and probiotics.
Oh, this is huge. Yeah, absolutely right. So we hear so much about it. What is the difference? Prebiotics, probiotics, what do we take? How does it help? This is a very confusing thing in the market.
It's simple. It's probiotics are basically the micro living organisms in your gut, right? These are the ones that help your immune system. This is what helps your digestive system. So those are the probiotics you hear about. What are prebiotics? Prebiotics are basically a fiber that the human body doesn't digest, but prebiotics are literally food for the probiotics. So if you're calling the probiotics microorganisms, they're alive microorganisms, they need to be fed to be kept alive. And the way they're kept alive is by prebiotics. Prebiotics is food for probiotics. And where do you find prebiotics? Fruits and vegetables. They are loaded with prebiotics. So you want to eat prebiotics so that you can feed the probiotics in your gut, in your digestive system.
So everything comes back. You mentioned fruits and veggies. So I think it's really important, good takeaway from today. We have to keep eating lots of fruits and veggies, right? And there's a colorful array. I mean, I know a lot of people think, oh, that's a boring diet. I can't just eat fruits and veggies all day, but it actually can make some really good recipes with all the veggies, right?
Yes, and you have to look at, you asked me a few minutes ago, and I kind of went into gluten and prebiotics and probiotics because I want people to understand these buzzwords because, these are important things. So you've heard, right, when we simply have conversations with each other, what is your gut feeling? What is your gut telling you? We say this all the time. And the reason for saying that is your gut, your stomach, your digestive system, your microbiome, whatever the wonderful words for there are, there's so many technical words describing your gut is basically, it's your second brain. That's the reason people say in any situation, what's your gut feeling? Like, what are you thinking? But you're talking about the stomach now, right? So it's not only your second brain, it's also 90% of your immune system is literally in your gut. So when you talk about what kind of food to eat, this is what I will say in very simple words. When I'm thinking about food, there's three things that I think about. So if anybody gave me 5 minutes to tell them, and that's what I'm going to do today, is to how do you know what to eat and what not to eat, right? Let's put specific autoimmune diseases or any kind of health challenges to the side for a second. Let's just talk about people wanting to be healthy. The three rules I follow, right? And I teach my clients to follow. First thing, always look for food that is satisfying your nutrition needs, which is that you get your micros and your macros. And what are macros and micros? Macros are basically what your body needs a lot of, which is carbohydrates, proteins, and fats. And then the micros are the vitamins, minerals, amino acids, and of course, water. So make sure your body gets a nutrient-dense diet and gets all of these nutrients. If you're doing things the right way, every meal of yours should have all of these nutrients. The second thing I would do is always think when you're thinking food, and whether it's cooking the food or buying the food, think about food that strengthens your immune system. Always look for food that strengthens your immune system. And we just talked about how to strengthen your immune system is to reduce inflammation in your body, right? So if you think of it that way, buy food that reduces inflammation. So you want to constantly eat food that reduces inflammation. That will strengthen your immune system, right? So that's what you're doing, and you get nutrition. So, and there's so much food. I mean, a lot of people talk about, healthy food is boring. Healthy food is not boring. It's how you put all of that together. when you're talking about kind of like, so you have fruits and vegetables. Look at the amount of fruits you have. Eat the berries, eat the bananas. Avocado itself is a fruit. People are making desserts out of avocado. I made chocolate pudding out of avocado. So
that sounds really yummy. I think you may have
right?
to
And it is.
is.
It's amazing. So, you know, you have your fruits, you have your vegetables. The best way to do vegetables is go to a farmer's market. In any country, in any culture, there's a farmer's market somewhere. Go to a farmer's market, go explore vegetables, buy a small portion of a vegetable, write down the name of it. You've never heard of it before. I mean, go on, find a recipe, cook it, see how it feels. If you don't like it, you try another vegetable. You know, so there are so many different vegetables. I
Maybe
always
growing your own vegetables, right? We can all grow our own.
Oh, I mean, oh my God, the day I can have a
garden.
farm, sure.
I know.
Fruits and vegetables, it should be a part of every meal you eat, right? So your fruits will give you your fiber. It'll give you your vitamins, your amino acids, your what do you call it? Your minerals. You get all of that from your fruits. From your vegetables, again, you get a lot of carbohydrates too. Fruits and vegetables have complex carbs in them, so you get carbohydrates too. So you do that. The other part of it is that there's nuts and seeds. You can add so many different nutritious nuts and seeds, chia seeds and flax seeds. You can have almonds and walnuts and macadamia nuts. All of these are healthy fats. These are things that you can dress up your food with. You can use for snacks. Use good oils. You know, there's oils that you should be having in your food, and such, you know, extra virgin olive oil, coconut oil. Now you have, which is becoming more and more popular, and it's the fad now, something called ghee, which is really, you know, if you've heard of it, your expression looks like you have. And ghee is actually, it's basically butter with the dairy removed.
Yes. You know what's so funny is that, so being from the Indian culture, we use ghee a lot in doing our prayers and growing up with it. And I went to the supermarket and I actually saw it on the shelf. I'm like, oh my God, they're selling it at the supermarket.
Now you can start eating it, right? And now you get it in any grocery store. Before it used to be only the Asian stores. Now you can go to Trader Joe's or Whole Foods, and there's ghee there. So ghee is very healthy for you, right? So there's
for your body, yeah.
Coconut oil is good for you externally and internally. It's great for your hair. It's great for your skin. I literally get a jar of coconut oil, organic, unfiltered coconut oil. I use it on my hair. I use it on my skin, and I use it in my cooking. Same jar of oil.
Yep, same here, and with all my kids as well.
It's so healthy. It's awesome. And you know, people miss grains, right? When you hear about people, and I know you probably are going to talk to some other people about weight loss and stuff, and we didn't touch on that, but people miss out that, oh, don't eat the rice, don't eat the flour. It's the processed ones we don't want to eat, right? So it's the processed food that you want to drop. And so you don't eat, you know, the white rice or the white flour, but you can have brown rice. There's so many different grains you can have, and some of these grains are actually gluten-free. So you can have brown rice, you can have quinoa, amaranth, spelt, oats. You can do so many different things. Not only make bread with them, you can actually bake with them. I make recipes for bread and cookies and all of that at home, all desserts, and they're all made with almond flour, coconut flour. There's no whole wheat, you know, there's no white, you know, what do we call it? The all-purpose flour, you know, which is used for everything. I haven't bought one in like 5 years, I think. So in addition to that, you know, have legumes, you know, green beans, you know, lentils, kidney beans, some peanuts, and then a couple of different things, apple cider vinegar. You've read so much about it. It has so much nutritional benefits. Use them in salad dressings, use it for, you know, in your cooking, in your baking. And of course, cannot talk about food and healthy food and not mention dark chocolate. So have the dark chocolate.
So you're saying dark chocolate is actually healthy? Is that what you're telling us today?
Dark chocolate, not only if it says dark chocolate, but you want to look for dark chocolate that is 70% or more of dark chocolate, right? So what does chocolate actually have in it? It's butter, it's milk or cream, sugar, and cacao. So if you have 70% more of cacao, then you really have only 30% or less left for all these other things that are not necessarily great for you, right? So you look for 72%. I start my clients off on 70%, and they very smoothly over a period of time get to about 85%, where it's not so bitter that you can still enjoy it and actually good for you, right? So there's chocolate that you can eat too. So there's a lot of food, but I always say the best way to balance off your plate, half your plate, make it about vegetables. And there's different ways. You know, when you say vegetables to people, they think salad. I don't want to eat salad. It doesn't have to be salad. It can be salad, which is raw vegetables. It can be sauteed. It could be roasted. If you come from an ethnic background, then there's a million ways that those are cooked vegetables. You can bake them. So half your plate should be vegetables. Quarter of your plate should, and this is not following any government sponsored plate. And this is just saying to just do a healthy meal without putting too much thought and calorie counting into it. So if half your plate is vegetables, which I call free calories, right? And then you have protein and you have complex carbohydrates. You want to have lean protein. There's good protein and bad protein. There's good fat and bad fat. There's good carbohydrates and bad carbohydrates. So you always want to do the complex carbs, the lean proteins, and the heart healthy fats. If you remember that, and that's how you put your plate together, you're going to be fine.
So one of the things, you know, during this pandemic is really about boosting our immune system. And you said it a couple of different times during this presentation. Are some of the foods we talked about, does it really help you boost your immune system? Are there specific foods that we should be eating to help us keep us healthy, especially during the times that we're facing in this pandemic?
Oh, absolutely. So we talked about immune system, and remember we linked the immune system to inflammation again.
Right,
so
right.
At the end of the day, lower your inflammation, the stronger your immune system, right? So you want to constantly work on food that lowers inflammation. So you want to eat anti-inflammatory food. You want to eat food that has high omega-3s and omega-6s. That's what you want to eat. Sugar itself is something that causes inflammation. So you stay away from added sugar as much as possible. However, there are foods that contain sugar too, such as fruits. Fruits have a lot of sugar in them. So you must eat fruit, but you want to limit it to maybe 2 servings, 3 servings of fruit a day, and eat the low glycemic, good, healthy fruits. Not the fruit juice, but the fruit. The reason I say not the fruit juice, you see a lot of people drinking orange juice every morning as part of their breakfast. You're better off at eating 1 orange than having a glass of juice, because a couple of things with the juice, you don't actually drink a glass of juice and it's only 1 orange in it. There's probably 3 or 4 oranges before you get actually half a glass of juice. The other part of it is that now you've removed all the fiber from it. So it's just pure juice, right? It also gets absorbed by your digestive system very quickly. So it does spike your sugar levels. So always eat whole foods. Try to eat your food as whole as possible. So eat the fruit, eat the orange, eat the apple instead of converting it into a juice. There's a lot of juicing going on nowadays. You know, that's another fad. You have juices. The best kind of juices, what I tell people when I do classes for juicing, is 1 fruit to 3 vegetables. So if you put in celery, kale, cucumber, lemon juice, put in 1 apple. So 3 vegetables, 1 fruit. And you actually get yourself the sweetness that you want, but you also get all of the nutrition you will get from a juice. Another thing you can add, which I forgot to mention, is there's so many different spices out there. You've heard about turmeric. Some people pronounce it as turmeric.
Turmeric is a big one in today's diet.
It's huge anti-inflammatory. It has antiviral. It has antimicrobial. It has anti-inflammatory properties. Use it in your cooking. Put it in your juices and smoothies. You can get the root, the turmeric root. And I think I do want to mention too, there's ginger, there's garlic, oregano. All of these wonderful things should be going in your food, right? To flavor your food. That's where I say that healthy food does not have to be boring. The other part of it is, of course, you and I have talked about this, is it's hard in today's day and age with work and family and everything else that we're trying to balance. Sometimes we're not able to do 100% of what we would want to do, like for our diet. Supplement. If you can't get enough turmeric into your food, there's good turmeric supplements. It's a huge anti-inflammatory. So add that to your diet. So there are wonderful things that add flavor and aroma and taste to your food.
Right. So you mentioned supplements and vitamins, and I think that's a good segue because I think it does help fill those gaps in your diet, like you said. And a lot of supplements do have the garlic, the turmeric, the rosemary, the parsley, the spinach, those important spices and veggies that we actually need, the essentials that our body needs to help it heal and grow, like you were talking about.
Yeah, but good quality supplements. There's a lot of stuff. There's $1 billion industry out there just based on supplements, but look for the good quality supplements. Research your supplements. There are different people. I have a chosen line of supplement. I'm sure you do have a chosen line of supplements too. Look at those supplements. They shouldn't have binders and fillers in them. They should be pure. The active ingredient should be the higher percentage. So, you can go to a store and get a turmeric bottle for $2.99, but you can also have one sitting right next to it for $14.99. There is a reason there's a difference in that price, and you want to go back and look at the active ingredients. For something like turmeric, and I don't want to get into supplements because I'm sure that you're going to talk about it or something, but something like turmeric, the active ingredient in it is curcumin. And any supplement that you have of turmeric should have at least 95% curcumin. And there's going to be a difference in the bottle that is $2.99 versus the bottle that's $15.99. The bottle is $2.99 probably does not have 95% curcumin.
Right. So, Sonia, you've given us so much value today. I mean, everything you said made so much sense. I'm sure our listeners are going to walk away honestly feeling a lot healthier just even listening to you talking about how to eat healthy. Any lasting thoughts or advice to keep our listeners healthy today? This summit is all about providing the tools and resources to really stay healthy, especially in today's day and age with us facing the challenges related to the pandemic, and you giving us this advice and strategies and tips is really helpful.
Yes, not just in today's day, but I think right now in what the entire world is going through because of COVID-19 and coronavirus, the one thing we've always said, right? If you have your health, at least you have your health. If you have your health, you have everything, right? Health is wealth. How many times do we hear this? And we've been hearing it since we were kids. We've been hearing it since before our parents heard it when they were kids. But how much seriousness do we give that? It took me to be diagnosed with gallbladder stones and digestive issues to realize how important food was in our lives and how important health is. We started the COVID-19 process with, saying that only the elderly would get it, but now we hear children have gotten it, athletes have gotten it, right? So what is the one thing you can do right now is always work on your immune system. Always, it is your first line of defense against anything. It is true, if you have your health, you have everything, because you could have every blessing in your life, but if you are not feeling good, you're not well, you don't have good energy, good sleep, you're not going to enjoy any of those blessings because you're not going to feel good. So I will say to anybody who has not started a health journey, it's never too late. Being healthy is not eating boring food. I actually, along with the colleague and friend of mine, we wrote a cookbook, which was really our recipes and what we cook in our home. It's on Amazon. It's called Health Coach's Easy Meals. Go check it out. It has 30 recipes, 30 of our favorite recipes. They're all vegetarian. They're gluten-free. They're no sugar added. There's no dairy. They're wonderful recipes you can make in 15 minutes. The other thing I can tell people about, in order to eat healthy food, and this is the biggest complaint people have, right? Two things. It doesn't taste good. I don't have time. Okay? So let me tell you something. You can cook an amazing meal in less than 15 minutes. The other part of it is make cooking, get passionate about cooking. For me, cooking is therapeutic. I literally turn on music, I turn on my phone, and that's how I cook my meals. Enjoy them, enjoy the taste, take photos of your meals, cook with family and friends. Look up recipes. There is nothing you can't find in terms of recipes on the internet. Become passionate about cooking. And the one thing that will help is the more meals you eat at home, the healthier they will be, because you actually manage those ingredients. You manage the amount of salt that goes in, you manage the quality of the oil that you're putting in. So cook, but make health your priority. This year has taught every one of us that health is truly wealth. So start that health journey, reach out to people that may have the background, reach out to me, reach out to you, learn what you need to, but make health your priority. And what I will add to it, it is not just about diet and nutrition. I went to school to study integrative health coaching. And what that is it's not just diet and nutrition, it's exercise, it's sleep, it's good quality sleep, stress management. Along with that, it's your relationships in your life. It's the environment you live in, right? The environment in your home needs to be toxin free. Your relationships, your career, some sort of spirituality. It doesn't have to be religion. It could be meditation. It could be yoga. But all of that integrated together is what makes you healthy. It's not just the food you're eating. If you're eating really healthy food, but you have bad relationships in your life, you have toxic people in your life, or you're not exercising at all, you have no movement, it's not going to be 100% healthy or well. So integrate all of that. Be as holistic as possible. Eat food the way our ancestors used to eat it, as holistic as possible. And I have a functional approach. Hopefully there's so many more doctors that are doing the same thing. You know what the functional approach is get to the root cause of your disease, not just treat the symptoms. And that's why we talked about inflammation, immune system. Inflammation is the root cause of most disease. So reduce that. So now you're looking at the root cause and fixing that rather than just the symptoms that you're taking medication for, or is a temporary fix. So for me, what I'll say is health is so important. I am not somebody who read about this thing. I went through it. I took 25 years of corporate profession. I set it aside and I went into health and wellness. And I can tell you this from the clients that I've worked with, the friends that who I have been able to help, is the most rewarding thing. There is nothing as beautiful as good health.
Yes, I can see how passionate you are about this, and we appreciate you coming on today and sharing your experience, your unique experience with us, and giving us this important, valuable tips and strategies. What is the name of that cookbook one more time for our listeners? Because I definitely want to grab that cookbook.
It's Health Coaches Easy Meals.
Health Coaches Easy Meals. Sounds great. It's available on
Amazon, and it was launched in 7 different countries. So I know I've asked friends from different countries, from Europe and from India, to join this conference. And if you are on there and you're listening, it's available in 7 different countries. It's a simple, beautiful book, gorgeous colors. Just like they say, eat the rainbow. The book is truly a rainbow. Every page is a rainbow.
Thank you, Sonia. And you are actually a rainbow to us today with all your valuable information. So we thank you so much for joining us today. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for putting this together. This is wonderful.
So I hope we did help a lot of people today. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Jennifer. Take care.
Well, hello, everybody. My name is Krishi, and I'm from St. Paul, Texas. And I'm really excited to be joining you here today. Thank you so much, Simply Organic, for inviting me for this health summit. I'm truly honored to be here and share with you Neutralite vitamins on how to keep the memory and how to keep the immune system healthy. Just to start off, Neutralite is the only global vitamin and dietary supplement brand to grow, harvest, and process their vitamins and supplements on their own certified organic farms. They have over 6,000 organic farmlands. Neutralite actually pioneered phytonutrients found in plants in 1934. That's over 86 years ago, making them the #1 brand of vitamin and supplement company in the world. They are also NSF, which is a leading third-party testing lab to test Neutralite vitamins and supplements for their quality and safety and ensure that the ingredients disclosed on the labels are exactly as on the labels. Neutralite is the only brand that uses a detailed 9-step process tracing every botanical from the seed to supplement. They are also certified, they are also kosher, they are also halal, gluten-free, they are vegetarians, and they are dairy-free. They carry a wide range of categories, including the foundational vitamins, the targeted vitamins, the convenience, weight management, and sports nutrition. Knowing these certification, what does it do? It actually gives us peace of mind. So, but why do we take supplement? Supplement is just actually bridges the gap from what we are taking in food daily to what we're supposed to be taking. So sometimes we are supposed to take 9 fruits and vegetables, but sometimes we just have 2. So when you take a fruits and vegetables, it actually bridges the gap. I'm going to start off with vitamin C, and I'm going to share a PowerPoint, and at the end of it, I'm also going to do a quick demonstration. So vitamin C, now with the pandemic and everything that's happening outside there, we want to make sure that our immune system is healthy and help us to prevent getting sick and prevent contacting any sort of viruses. So vitamin C plays an important role in maintaining the healthy tissues and supporting the immune system. Plant-based supplement with 500 milligrams of vitamin C allows for an all-day support of the immune system. 1 tablet of mere 500 milligrams of vitamin C is equal to 7 oranges, 16 lemons, or 6 grapefruit. Made with acerola cherries and grown on this Neutralite certified organic farms, it has an extended release that releases it over 8-hour period. Means that it doesn't just give you one full push, but actually as the body needs it, it releases the vitamins. It also includes ascorbic acid and phytonutrients that provide antioxidant protection from free radicals. It is easy to swallow and ideal for sensitive stomach. It's also lactose and fructose free. It does not contain any artificial flavors, colors, preservatives, or sweeteners. At this point, I just want to show a quick demonstration on how the vitamin C works in the body. Now, we can take vitamin C with like a vitamin water, so it's a liquid form. We can also take it in a tablet form, and we can also take it in a gummy form. Right now, I'm actually going to show you how the vitamin C in the liquid form, where you can make a cool bottle of vitamin water, and if you don't like swallowing. So what I'm going to do is actually, if you see this, it's water. So our body is made up of 70% of water. So every demonstration I'm going to show is actually going to be mostly on water to show how it reacts in the body. So this is a toxin-free body, but you all know that the free radicals, the environment, the pesticides from food, all get into our body, making it toxin. So I am going to add something, iodine, just to color the water and show how our body is in that state of toxin that makes us tired, makes us get the cold easily, get the flu, makes us low in energy, right? One vitamin of this goes in a bottle of water. So I am just, as we call it, a twist tube. I'm just going to twist it off. I'm going to add 2 drops into this here, the small bottle for the demonstration. And then I'm going to add the remaining to a bottle of water to show you how it makes a refreshing drink. Okay, before I do that, I'm just going to just show how very quickly how it actually starts working in the body and removing the toxin from our body, giving us more energy, but also building our immune system. And all you need to do is just put it in a bottle of water and you're on the way, because you know it neutralizes anything. If you have a nice bottle of water, it's not purified, but this neutralizes any water and makes it good and healthy. Here you have a nice strawberry kiwi drink. I'll wrap up with another demo in a short while with the tablet form. And I'm going to share my screen one more time to talk about the memory builder. Okay, now this is the memory builder, right? Lifestyle and age can affect our mental performance, making it difficult to concentrate and remember. So made with Sustanche and Ginkgo biloba, memory builder provides many memory benefits. Clinical research shows that Sustanche extract improves memory, focus, and recall only after 6 weeks of daily use. Ginkgo biloba supports the short-term memory, brain health. It also supports optimal blood flow to protect and nourish the brain. Sustanche is a plant that is native to China and used in traditional Chinese medicine. Neutralite Sustanche grows on certified organic farms in China. Also, it has no artificial colors, flavors, or preservatives, and the tablet is a very small tablet, easy to swallow. I'll end this session with omega, the omega balanced omega. So what is omega good for? You see, omega supports the brain health and it supports brain and eye health. The American Heart Association actually recommends that we should have 2 to 3 servings of fatty fish per week. If you're not getting that, then having a omega actually helps provide 2 to 3 servings of fish with equal amount of DHA and EPA. What omega does, it helps with the memory, the learning, concentration, and heart health. Neutralite omega, which is also, if you look at the tablet, it's a very small, easy to swallow. This omega goes through a proprietary 6-step process which reduces the fishy smell that is common in most other fish oil supplements. With that, I want to actually end this session with a short demonstration of the vitamin C in the tablet form. Again, I will be using water to represent the body. This time, I am actually going to crush a vitamin C tablet. All I'm going to do is just crush it so that it could get, you could see the reaction in the water very quickly. So I'm just using a crusher. I'm going to just pour this into, that was the neutralite form of the vitamin C. I'm also going to use an X brand to just show how the ingredients sometimes in there does not settle well or may not give you the boost that is really needed from vitamin C. I'm also crushing this. I will stir the water a little. So I'm just going to lift the glass so that you can see this was the Neutralite Omega and this is an X brand. It's sometimes when we have other ingredients that is not of a natural form, it tends to leave a discoloration. And with that, also, I'm just going to show you the vitamin water comes in a box like this. With that, I'm done with the 3 vitamins I wanted to share. And I want to really thank Simply Organic for giving me a chance to share on Neutralite vitamins and supplements. Thank you so much.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you guys are enjoying the Live Healthy, Love Healthy, Stay Healthy Summit. My next guest, I'm so happy to introduce, is Jenny Felina Monzon, a social media strategist and co-founder of DM Digital. Jenny's also one of my very near and dear friends who I've known for, 20 plus years, which makes us sound really old saying that out loud. But Jenny has been a really inspiration for this summit and really helped me put everything together. You've been such a backbone. So welcome aboard, Jenny. I'm so happy to have you on board.
Thank you so much. I'm really excited to be here with you, and it is an honor.
Yes, we've been working together for a while, and now we've been having a lot of conversations and talks over the last couple of months while we've been planning this. And you are our social media guru, so I know you have a lot to tell us today in terms of how healthcare has been transforming social media, how people are sort of accessing social media to really understand information. How have you seen the shifts in social media really changing in your opinion? What have you noticed?
Yeah, so I think that it's really crucial for healthcare or brands in general to be part of the current conversation, part of the current climate and environment of what's going on in the world. So obviously with the pandemic and people working from home more, there have been studies that have shown that more people are accessing social media, the internet, to entertain themselves, but also social media provides a way for people to gain access to more medical information, health information as it relates to their own personal lives, maybe looking up support groups, on Facebook, things like that, in case they're unable to, make an appointment at the doctor, but then they can go to like a support group online and get all the information. Also, we're seeing a lot more telehealth visits, right? So, because a lot of the
telehealth is a big one. Telehealth comes up a lot lately, and especially for a lot of the older population, I would say telehealth is a big one.
Yeah, because people are scared to travel.
Yeah, absolutely.
The older population, so it's safer for them. Especially if it's routine visits and things like that. Obviously, if it's something more acute, you'd have to be seen in person, right? But but with telehealth, I mean, you need access to the internet, right? You need to be able to log into Zoom to meet with your provider. And also with social media in general, like providers can put information out there, it's regulated though, because, you have HIPAA, you don't want to put out a lot of patient information. You have to watch yourself when it comes to what healthcare facilities put online, right? But yeah, I think social media is playing a very big role with helping people all walks of life access health information.
Right. One thing you said also about going on support groups is so true. I know for myself, dealing with Parkinson's, I have found a lot of wealth of information on social media and joining a lot of Facebook groups where a lot of people are saying, this is so helpful. It's really supportive to be surrounded by a network of people on social media just talking about what's happening in your life. So that's absolutely true. I guess one of the things we have to be careful with is how do you kind of weed out the good and the bad support groups, or the good and the bad? Because there's almost like an overload of a wealth of information, right?
Yeah.
So how do you find the good and the bad? I would love to know that.
You have to do your own research, right? And it's so important. I'm so glad you mentioned that, because there's a lot of people unintentionally and unknowingly spreading like fake news, so you have to be able to, if you're the one sharing the information, you have to make sure it's from a credible source, right? Because you don't want to spread, the fake news, by accident. And just, if you want to find your own, sorry, those are my dogs. If you want to find support groups online, do your research, make sure, I don't know if maybe some of them are more regulated through foundations or nonprofit organizations, or if it's just someone like, down the street that started a support group that's like not giving the most vital or best information for you. So you just have to find that, and you just have to do your own research, really.
Kind of look around and do your research.
Yeah.
One of the things I find interesting too is that I think social media, at least in the last couple of months, has been sort of breaking those barriers to people really being able to access. For those who maybe live in areas that can't get care or don't have access to a doctor, do you find being able to really be able to access more care because of social media?
I think so. And like being able to turn to support groups or people for information, because I did read an article recently that said that millennials they would turn to social media and their peers before, calling up a doctor's office to make an appointment.
That's so interesting.
I can't remember which article. What?
I can totally see that population definitely turn towards the internet first. It's so
exactly,
it's a credible source now, right? Wow.
Yeah, and then also with people trying to find information online, if they read reviews from other people, because we all know that user generated content is the best way to market your healthcare facility or your business in general, right? Because you want to go to a reliable place or somewhere where someone's had a good experience, right? So people are also looking to social media for opinions on reviews before they make an appointment with a specific provider, or it might sway them to make an appointment with a specific, healthcare facility more than another one.
That's interesting. So social media is sort of influencing the decisions we make for healthcare in terms of who we're going to see, what doctor, what specialist, looking at opinions. And so that really matters. So that comes to my next point. And I'm sure you know this a lot. If you're marketing your business on social media, how do you actually have to be careful and learn how to market your business in terms of healthcare, especially when it comes to putting out health and wellness information?
Right. I mean, you have to make sure that the information that you're putting out there is not violating any of maybe terms of more importantly, I guess, healthcare in general. You don't want to put out, like I said, HIPAA, like any patient privacy. Yeah. So you don't want to do that. So that's why you should probably get a professional to do any type of your social media when it comes to that, right? So you have to know the rules of the game. You have to know the terms of service. And I would say those are really like the main tips for that specific thing. Like if you're a small business, right? And if you're like you own a health and wellness business, right? So it'd be a little bit different for you, right? But you want to also be putting out relevant, timely information, right? You don't want to miss the boat on certain things. So that's why it's important for brands to be part of the current conversation and not be talking about COVID, but now, but then we started back in March, you know what I mean? Or doing something with promoting the flu shot, but it's not flu shot season, right? Or something like that. You want to
be aware of your surroundings and the seasons that you're looking at, what's happening. Exactly. It is flu season now, so health and wellness.
Right. So it makes sense.
Right, talking about that. I got you. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. So
I think a lot of healthcare providers are seeing a lot of shifts in how their patients are really finding information and finding them online as well, which is how a lot of people are really finding information, is really through social media. I mean, we grew up in the same time, so
Google is everyone's best friend.
Yeah.
How many times have you like Googled symptoms or something? You're like, oh my gosh, I'm dying. I'm dying. I'm gonna die. I have this.
That's the first go-to is Google. Like, okay, I have a cold. I have a sneeze. Oh my God, I have COVID. You totally think that right away. Yeah. So, yeah, I think that's one of the problems though with social media and sort of the internet. Like, how do you flesh that out? Like, what is some of your advice for how, doing that? Because people tend to get scared and people tend to like, oh my God, I saw this on the internet. It's so true. Now I have it. So
like Google, Wikipedia. I mean, obviously, you should always consult your doctor, your real life doctor for any like actual, care of yourself. But with social media, there's the good, the bad, and the ugly. People are putting out, like I already mentioned, fake news, but then a lot of people are putting out really negative things out there, that like could affect your mental well-being, your health, so I think it's important to be able to filter the things that that you're reading or coming across online, and there's ways to actually do that. Like specifically, like for Facebook, I love Facebook and Instagram. Those are the two platforms that I'm really on. But like on Facebook, you can filter and snooze people, unfollow people, that make you feel bad, that are only putting out negative things, and especially because, this is a health and wellness seminar. I mean, your self-care and, is very important. Your health and well-being is very important, especially your mental health, right? Because social media, people are saying, oh, it's so bad for my mental health, or, like things. It doesn't have to be, you control what you consume, right? So it's just being able to filter those conversations and what you actually view online is very, very important. Like I'm a super positive person. I try to be. So like the things that I see online, the friends that I follow, like I try to keep it positive all the time. Positive.
That's good advice. So maybe making sure that you follow positive people on social media. And you mentioned mental health. Now, a lot of people say social media can negatively affect your mental health, but it can actually be the opposite, right? You can have a lot of positive influence in social media as well.
Yeah.
What have you seen in social media that can really help mental health?
Have you seen all the dog and the cat videos? I mean, why is that?
Oh, you know what? You're totally right. That doesn't make you laugh more than right?
Dog videos all day, like adorable puppies.
So true.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, so you don't have to pay attention to all this negative noise and stuff. There's videos, there's other conversations you can be a part of. Oh gosh, and especially with
things out there. I mean, I look at the people doing some great awareness, building awareness on some great topics, spreading the love, spreading the peace. I mean, there's so much out there that's so good and positive. You're right.
And also how many people, because their business is shifted over, you can find videos online of people exercising. You could do yoga with other people online, like exercise, be a part of like a community, You
can find accountability and really help you be accountable for you being well-being and overall health. Absolutely right. I think it's really up to you and really understanding how you can access the information positively. That's a great point.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And you have to be aware of like how much time you're spending online, and like, because next thing you know, you're just like mindlessly scrolling and like 5 hours have passed by.
And you've got nothing done. And you walk away with like
extra tired because you were supposed to go to sleep like hours ago. I'll tell you a really funny, quick story. Just a few days ago, I was sitting here at my desk behind me, and I was like, oh my gosh, I'm so tired. My brain is fried. I have to go to sleep, right? Like, so but I was on my phone scrolling, and my husband, like a few minutes or later, I don't know how much time passed. He's like, I thought you were really tired and you wanted to go to sleep early today. I was like, yeah, but I have to watch what this vet pulls out of this cat's nose.
Oh my God, Jenny, you gotta be, I can totally see you doing that.
I got so consumed. I was like, oh my God, he started laughing at me. But yeah, you have to be aware about how much time you actually.
You definitely do. You can't watch those videos all the time. Totally agree, 100%.
Yeah.
So being the social media guru, what lasting tips do you have or strategies do you have for audience listening today?
Yeah, so basically, if you're, I mean, from a business standpoint, if you're trying to build your business online, you know, health and wellness or anything like that, you know, people are always looking to follow people that they know, like, and trust, right? So you're always trying to build that know, like, trust factor. So you have to be able to be relatable to people, be authentic, be real, you know, make sure you're putting out positive, credible, reliable information so that you can be like a good source for them, you know, and you know, share products that you love, that have worked for you. So sharing your story is very important, you know, to connect with people online, because people go to social media to connect, you know, to get information, to be educated, to be inspired, motivated, things like that, you know. So when you're trying to build your brand online, you should always remember that, you know, storytelling and connecting with your audience is very important in serving them, and also to, like I said, know the rules of the game. And if you're not willing to do that, because we all make honest mistakes because we don't know the rules of Facebook or we don't know the rules of Instagram, and we, you know, make an honest mistake, and then maybe our business page gets shut down, which is not a very good thing, right?
That can totally happen. Wow.
Yes, you can. If you do something that Facebook doesn't like, you know, because you didn't read their terms of service, they'll shut you down. You know, we know brands that's happened to, unfortunately. So, but if you're not willing to do that, then you should hire a pro.
Which will be your company.
Yes. But, you know, but from a user standpoint, everything we talked about earlier, you know, making sure you're aware of what content you're consuming online, and remembering that you can control that, you know, and remembering what mood the current mood you're in, before you jump on social media to start, like, you know, reading things or watching things. Because if you're in a bad mood to begin with and you're not feeling good, and then you go on and you see all this negative stuff, it's not going to make you feel any better, right?
Right. So you have to be in control, right?
Yes. Yep. Mm-hmm.
No sense. I love it, Jenny. Thank you. So I know you recently told me that you guys won a big award.
Yes.
Tell us about that.
So I'm super, super proud of this award. My husband, he is leading our small team here at DM Digital. But last week at a marketing conference, we won what's called the Emerging Agency Award by ManyChat.
Awesome.
Yeah, specifically.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
That goes to show you small businesses like you with a positive mindset can really do anything and accomplish anything you put your minds to. So you were definitely an inspiration and motivation for that.
Oh, thank you so much. And you as well. Are you kidding me? Oh, I do have to compliment you also on you showing up, you know, and being visible online. You know, I know
it took a long time, and I think you've done that. We've been friends for a while, and it's
able to talk about it, you know, about what's going on with your health and your life, including your beautiful girls in it, you know, and teaching them about health and how important it is, you know, and then showing up in your videos is freaking awesome. I love it. I love it. I love it.
They love it. They have a great time. I really want to teach them, you know.
And they're teaching us. They're teaching us.
I hope so. We really hope we're making a difference. If we can impact at least one life with this summit, we'll be happy with that.
Absolutely.
That's the overall goal.
Yep. And it couldn't be more timely. This is, for you to put this summit together is such a blessing for us and for everyone, because it is so timely. It's so needed, because we all need to take better care of ourselves.
Oh yeah, you know, it's amazing that you say that, because in talking to all the speakers in the summit, everybody has a health issue. Everybody has some kind of unique challenge. And I mean, I didn't even realize that at first, but it just came across like that. And they all have a unique perspective to bring to the table. Yeah. And the summit is really highlighting their unique challenges and how they've each overcome that, but really teaching others and building that self-awareness. So
yes, absolutely. I love it. I'm super excited to see all the other speakers.
Jenny. Yeah, thank you, Jenny. You've been an inspiration today. Thank you for all the useful advice and tips and strategies. We wish you and Danny good luck in your small business. I know you guys are doing some great things. Keep us posted. Where can people find you if they want to visit your website or call you to get some more information?
So our website is dm.digital. That's our website. You can find us there.
And where can they call you if they want to give you a call?
So you can find me, you can find me on actually Facebook or Instagram, Jenny Monzon, Monzon.
Cool. Thanks, Jenny. You've been a blessing today. We appreciate all your cool tips.
Appreciate you. Love you.
Love you too, babe.
Welcome everyone. It is my pleasure and honor to be part of this Live Healthy, Love Healthy, and Stay Healthy Summit. Today I am here to share with you my personal health journey as to how I use the power of Raj Yoga meditation to manage my chronic pain and completely heal myself. Let me put up my slides first. About 25 years ago, my father suddenly passed away within 1 month of my admission in the medical school back in India. I was devastated. I went through a lot of emotional turmoil that led to mental, emotional, and physical stress in my life, and that adversely affected my health with chronic pain in multiple joints. I went to see so many different doctors, but nothing was helping me. No treatment was helping me come out of my pain until I started practicing meditation. Seeing the healing benefits of meditation in my own life, I got then interested in researching in this area. Especially, I wanted to explore more on the impact of meditation on pain management. I have tried to understand pain from both a scientific and spiritual lens. So let's start with understanding pain from a scientific perspective. Pain is an unpleasant sensation. When we think about pain, what is pain? It's an unpleasant sensation. It's an uncomfortable feeling. Pain is actually a sign of inflammation. What is inflammation? Inflammation word has come from Latin root inflammare, that means to set on fire. Inflammation is a response of body tissues to injury or irritation. There are 4 cardinal signs of inflammation, which includes pain, swelling, redness, and heat. So in a way, we can say that inflammation is like a silent fire inside the body. And the cause of inflammation is some or the other kind of stress. So now let's understand the cascade of events that takes place when our body is subjected to stress. So what happens when our body is under stress? The autonomic nervous system quickly promotes physiological changes through its 2 main branches, the sympathetic and parasympathetic nervous system. Sympathetic nervous system acts like the gas pedal of a car. When we are driving car, there we have gas pedal and we have also this brakes. So both are important when we are driving our car. Similarly, this body is also like a car, and sympathetic nervous system acts like the gas pedal of a car. And it brings about many physiological changes in the form of increase in heart rate, increase in blood pressure. Our breathing becomes rapid when this system gets activated. Pupils, they dilate, digestion slows down, and there is an increased blood flow to the brain and the large muscles of the body. So this part of our nervous system actually becomes very active. This is fight and flight response of the body, and it is very important for our protection and survival. And another part of the nervous system, that is parasympathetic nervous system, it acts like the brake pedal of a car, and it calms our body and takes us into rest and digest mode. And this system is also very important for growth and development. So for optimum functioning of our body and for excellent health, both systems should work together and should be in balance. And this is where meditation plays a very important role. It helps in bringing both these systems in a state of equilibrium, in a state of balance and harmony. Stress is also handled by the body through HPA axis. It comprises of hypothalamus, pituitary, and adrenal. So hypothalamus is a small region, as you see here in this picture. It's a small region located at the base of the brain. It plays a crucial role in many important functions of the body, like releasing hormones, regulating body temperature, etc. And the second one is the pituitary. It is a small pea-sized gland, also called as master gland of the body, because it controls the activity of most other hormone secreting glands. The third component of this HPA axis, as you see here, is the adrenal gland located above the kidneys. And it produces a variety of hormones, mainly cortisol and adrenaline. These chemicals, when secreted in response to initial stress, what they do, they activate the immune system of the body and they protect the body from inflammation. So cortisol is actually, it's an anti-inflammatory hormone, and it prevents the body from the effects of inflammation. After it is produced, there is negative feedback to hypothalamus and body comes back to homeostasis. That means it comes back to normal. But when the problem happens, when the stress becomes chronic, so at that time, what happens? There is persistent activation of HPA axis, and that causes pathological activation of adrenal glands, which causes release of excess cortisol that causes inflammation of immune cells, leading to brain damage and also damage to many different parts of the body. And then the protective effect of cortisol is lost and there is cortisol resistance. And the inbuilt defense mechanism of the body gets disrupted. So chronic stress, that is why it is said that chronic stress, it results in inflammation, which gets manifested as pain. So now let's understand more about the pain. So whenever we have pain in any part of our body, this information, pain is like an information. This information is carried by specialized nerves that are there in different parts of our body. So these nerves, they carry the information to different parts of the brain. And there is a specific area of the brain, as you see here in this picture, called as limbic system, which mainly is the first to respond to such information. So there are mainly 4 players in this team: amygdala, hippocampus, thalamus, and hypothalamus. They all work together as a team, but amygdala is the chief player that processes emotions and gives meaning to pain. We can also call amygdala as subconscious mind. There is also another part of the brain, as you see here, called as prefrontal cortex, which plays a critical role in regulating emotions. And we can compare this part with our conscious mind. So now let's see how amygdala generates emotions. Amygdala would generate emotions according to how it perceives pain. If it perceives pain as its friend, then it will start to generate positive feelings of love, respect, regard. On the other hand, on seeing the pain as its enemy, the feelings that it will generate will be that of anger, resentment, hatred, animosity. So it's very important for the amygdala to perceive pain not as a threat, but as a messenger who comes to warn us about an impending danger. Because think about it, if there is no pain, then it's hard to know what is going on in the body. Just like when a car is low in gas, a warning signal appears that alerts the driver to fill the gas. Similarly, this body is also like a car, and the pain is that warning signal that reminds us that there is a need to stop and we need to take actions to protect the body from damage. Therefore, it's very important to retrain the amygdala to change the way it perceives pain. But the question is how to bring about a change in our perception towards pain. So for this, a deeper understanding of psychodynamics of mind, body, and soul is psychodynamics of mind, body, and soul. All three are needed. And that is where spiritual science comes in. So the way to change our perception is by becoming aware of who we are, understanding the true self, and by empowering ourselves. So the question, very important question to ask ourselves is, who am I? Because only when we change our consciousness, we will be able to change our thoughts. And that is what is needed to change our perception. We need to actually upgrade our minds. When I was introduced to meditation, long time back, about 20 years ago, that time I didn't know that there is actually a distinction between the physical body and the spiritual dimension. And that awareness, that realization that I am not this physical body, but I am beyond the limitations of this physical body. Through the practice of Raj Yoga meditation, I got this beautiful understanding that I am not what I see through my physical eyes. I am not my body. We say that we all are human beings. And that's what we are drawn towards, the physical body, because the human part is visible, but the being part is not visible. But the reality that I found through the practice of Raj Yoga meditation is that I am not my body, I am not my brain, I am not my mind, I am not even my own thoughts, but I am that being, that Raja. Raja Yoga meditation, we say Raja Yoga. Raja means king and yoga means union. Union or connection. So in Raj Yoga meditation, it is emphasized that if we connect with the true part of ourselves, then we can become king of our own mind, king of our own thoughts, king of our own feelings. So who am I? I am that Raja, I am that king, a being who is full with peace, love, happiness. And I realized that when I changed my consciousness and started generating spiritual thoughts, I was able to provide high energy thoughts to the conscious mind. That is the prefrontal cortex that I talked about before. Because the conscious mind also has to be trained so that the subconscious mind can receive those thoughts, high quality thoughts. So this is the way to retrain the amygdala. And we can then flood the amygdala with loving, happy, and peaceful thoughts. And if amygdala receives good quality thoughts, then it would be easy for the amygdala to generate the positive emotions. And when it starts to generate positive emotions, there will be release of healthy chemicals like dopamine, oxytocin, serotonin, endorphins, which would keep the body happy and healthy. So Raj Yoga meditation is about connecting with that inner reservoir of healing energy that is the being, that is the reservoir. It's the connection with the being that I am, and also the connection with the supreme source of energy, healing energy. That supreme source is actually the ocean of healing energy. We can call that source as God or higher consciousness or higher power, whatever you want to call that energy as. But there is that energy that is filled with unlimited reservoir of peace, love, and happiness. So when I connect with my true self and then connect with that being, I am able to fill myself to such an extent that I begin to overflow. So we say that, in Raj Yoga meditation, we take the journey inwards, connecting with the being that I am, and then we take the journey upwards, and then that means connecting with the higher being, God, and then connecting with the outside world. And this is how we can fill ourselves with healing energy, and we can help the amygdala to release healthy chemicals that keeps the body healthy. So body, mind, and soul, all three become healthy. So it's very important to expand our consciousness from body to the soul. In Brahma Kumaris, we call this practice as soul consciousness. And when we move from body consciousness to soul consciousness, then we begin to have control over our pain. As it is said that pain is inevitable, but suffering is optional. In fact, it has been seen that with the practice of meditation, even pain sensations can be altered. Now we know that suffering is optional. How suffering is optional? Because I have a choice whether I want to produce positive emotions or negative emotions. It is in my hands, right? So suffering is, in that way, suffering is optional. But at the same time, if I expand my consciousness with the practice of meditation, then I can even alter my pain sensations. So we can modify this statement as that even pain is also optional. And there is, in fact, a true story about a Buddhist monk from Vietnam. There was a protest one time, in 1960s, and he burnt himself in that protest. And it was so interesting that he was not exhibiting at that time when he was burning himself. He did not exhibit any sign of distress. And how did that happen? With the practice of meditation, he was able to have control over his pain sensations. So there was reduction in pain unpleasantness and pain sensitivity. And scientists also actually, later on, they also found that in other monks, they found that there was also reduction in the activation of amygdala and prefrontal cortex with the practice of meditation. They actually found many structural and functional changes in the brain with meditation practice that the scientists are calling as neuroplasticity. They're talking a lot about neuroplasticity. We used to think that brain cannot be changed after a certain age. But what the scientists have explored, that brain is plastic, brain can be molded, brain has the ability to change and adapt. And both the structure and function of brain can be changed by the way we think. So if we bring about a change in our thoughts through the practice of meditation, we create positive thoughts, so we can easily change neural connections and we can create new neural pathways. Meditation is such a beautiful tool that can be used to make these new neural connections. So to summarize, I will share with you this ABCD strategy to manage pain. A stands for alert. Just like, when we see any danger in the outside world, similarly, pain is also a kind of danger that is inside and that comes to alert us, to activate fight and flight emergency alarm that is inside the inbuilt mechanism. So pain is actually, it tells us about an impending danger. If there is no pain, we will never know that something is wrong with the body and we will not take any action. So pain is a very important messenger. So that is A. And B stands for believing in the self. Believing in this, that I have the ability to change, to bring about the change. There is definitely inner doctor, inner pharmacy, inner hospital. I need to go every day inside of me and access that energy that is there in there. It is fully accessible. It is free of charge. There is no need to take any appointment. You can always go inside and you can generate your own inner morphines, the endorphins. And C stands for bringing about change in the consciousness from body to the soul, to the being that I am. And D stands for donating. Like I said before, connecting with the self and connecting with the divine. So when this connection becomes accurate, then I start to overflow with that healing energy. And when I begin to share my healing energy with others, sharing peace, sharing love, sharing happiness with others, that I'm able to feel less pain. So this is the ABCD strategy that you can use to manage your own pain, if you like. And lastly, I would like to share with you my research study on long-term Raj Yogis that I conducted as part of my PhD program. This was an interpretative phenomenological study on breast cancer survivors where I gathered the spiritual experiences of these Raj Yogis as to how they use the practice of their meditation to heal themselves from cancer. And what I found was astonishing. These Raj Yogis, they accepted their cancer diagnosis with ease, without any fear. They were not only able to maintain their inner stability, remarkable inner stability I found in them. That's what they shared. It was inner stability throughout their cancer journey. They also served as inspirational models for others who would come to see them. So there are many interesting things that I found in this study. If you want to know more about this study, you can go online and read the article. And if you need the full article, you can send me an email and I would be happy to share with you. So now let's experience whatever I had talked so far. I will now guide you through this meditation experience. So sit in a comfortable place that is away from any distractions and relax your body. With this awareness that the self has been exposed to many different kinds of pain, knowingly and unknowingly, it is important to bring about a change in the way we perceive things around us. And this change has to start from within. The first and foremost change that is needed to bring about a shift is the change in my consciousness. Maybe at this point you can ask yourself this question: who am I? Who is the one who keeps the sympathetic and parasympathetic nervous system in balance? Who is the one who is making the body move? Who is the one who is sending signals, pain signals from the brain to different parts of the body? Who is the one who guides the mind? Who is the one who creates feelings and emotions? Who is the one who perceives different things? It is the inner being who is the controller of the mind and the body. So take a moment to remind yourself that you are a being who is immortal, the invisible, the indestructible energy, pure energy, pure consciousness, the soul that animates this body. So let's focus on this powerful self seated on the throne above and behind your eyes, at the center of your forehead, as a king, as a Raja, with full authority over your mind. And have this awareness that I am a master of my own body. I am a master of my own senses. I have the power to heal my mind and my body. With this powerful awareness, now order your mind to create a healing thought. I am a peaceful being. Allow this thought to go deep into the core of your being. As your mind begins to calm down, allow this energy of peace to flow in your brain. This will stimulate the parasympathetic nervous system of your body. And the peaceful signal travels to each and every organ of your body. And slowly your body is now going into a state of rest and digest. Now ask your mind to create another healing thought. I am a loving being. Now visualize as if you are giving a big hug to your own true self, generating tremendous amount of energy of love. And as this love travels to your brain, it causes a release of oxytocin, the hugging hormone. And each and every cell of your body is getting filled with the energy of love. Feel this loving energy flowing in your whole body. Now give yourself another healing thought. I am a happy being. Allow this happy energy to reach your brain. And your brain is now responding to this thought by releasing a happy hormone, serotonin. Imagine your whole body getting flooded with this happy energy. As the cells of your body begins to dance in happiness, give yourself another healing thought that I am a powerful being with full control over my senses. I have the power to choose either to perceive my pain as my friend or enemy. And I choose to see my pain as my friend. Now visualize yourself generating tremendous amount of healing energy of peace, love, and joy in response to pain. And these positive energies are the best painkillers that would allow me to generate endorphins, the inner morphine. Now I know that I have the power to manufacture my own painkillers so that I can live a happy, healthy, and pain-free life. I am so grateful to find this inner pharmacy. Also, I know that I can always keep my stock of positive energy full by connecting with the ultimate source of healing energy, that is the divine. So now for a few moments, feel as if you are receiving a very powerful light from up above, from the universe. And this is the light of the divine. Feel his warm rays of love, cool rays of peace, and bright rays of joy embracing you and giving you a blissful divine experience, replenishing the reservoir of healing energy. You are now fully lit, supercharged, and overflowing with positivity, and ready to share this healing energy with others. Now see yourself sending the pure light of peace, joy, and love to all the beings on the planet. And have this benevolent wish that let the whole world be healed and let everyone live a happy, healthy, stress-free, and pain-free life. Thank you. Know more about the Brahma Kumari's Raj Yoga meditation. Here you see the websites, and also you see two pictures. We have two retreat centers in the US, Peace Village, that is located in upstate New York, and another one is Anubhuti Meditation and Retreat Center in Novato, California. You're most welcome to visit these places. They have many retreats throughout the year. You can visit their websites to know more about these retreats. And if you have any questions, if you want to ask something, you're most welcome to email me. My email is kagarwal@saybrook.edu. You can also call me at this number, 507-993-5241. And also, one good thing about this meditation is that all the meditation courses that Brahma Kumaris offer are free of cost, free of charge. So you can experience, you can go to the center and charge yourself. I hope you enjoyed this meditation session with me. Thank you again for joining and for participating. Thank you.